for your attention to our latest work, Empirical Analysis of System-Wise Evaluation on Goal-Oriented Dialogue System. I'm Liu Takanobu from Tsinghua University. Here are all the contents of our speech. Let's begin with the background of goal-oriented dialogue system. The goal-oriented dialogue is a multi-turn conversation between the user and the system that the system helps the users accomplish its goals. Here is a common pipeline architecture of a goal-oriented dialogue system, which contains 4 components: natural language understanding, dialogue state tracking, dialogue policy, and natural language generation. In recent years, there are many models proposed in goal-oriented dialogue system, but it is challenging to evaluate the system. There are many automatic metrics used in each model. For example, slot F1 and intent F1 are used for slot filling and intent classification in the natural language understanding tasks. Blue, perplexity, and slot error rate are used as metrics in natural language generation. However, each module is evaluated separately, and almost all metrics are in the single-turn settings. So it is very challenging to evaluate the overall performance of a dialogue system in the multi-turn setting. In addition, there is a wide variety of system configuration settings to build a dialogue system. So it is also difficult to evaluate the different dialogue systems across different architectures. So we want to conduct multi-turn system-wise simulated and human evaluation over a wide variety of configurations and settings to investigate overall performance of recent dialogue systems. We want to answer the following 4 research questions. First, which configurations lead to better goal-oriented dialogue systems? Second, whether the component-wise single-turn metrics are consistent with system-wise multi-turn metrics. Third, how does the performance vary when a system is evaluated using tasks of different complexities? And last, does simulated evaluation correlate well with human evaluation? To give an in-depth evaluation results, we used the multi-use or multi-domain goal-oriented dialogue corpus for experiments. We augmented it with NLU annotation. A user goal is launched to initialize a dialogue during the evaluation. It is a description of the state that a user wants to reach in a conversation. To ensure a fair comparison, a fixed set of 1,000 user goals are extracted for evaluation. The domain distribution of user goals is derived from the original corpus. We also use the CompLab as the experimental platform. It provides the benchmark and facilitates building systems with different architectures. It also offered an agenda-based user simulator for simulated interaction. The dialogue acts from the input and output of user policies are used for evaluation. To perform system-wise multi-turn evaluation, we refer to a paradise framework. We count the dialogue turn to estimate dialogue cost. A user utterance and a subsequent system utterance are regarded as one dialogue turn. 2 metrics are used to estimate task success. Inform F1 evaluates whether all the information requests are fulfilled, and the match rate assesses whether the offered entity meets all the constraints specified in a user goal. We also compare a set of dialogue systems across different system configurations. For each model, we also compare a bunch of models. In natural language understanding, we apply joint tagging scheme that combine the labels of slot filling and intent classification with domain annotation. For dialogue state tracking, we use a rule-based dialog act level dialog state tracker and 3 and 4 word level dialog state tracker. For dialog policy, we also use a rule-based policy and a reinforced learning-based GGPL and other 3-word level policy. For natural language generation, we use a retrieval-based model and SCLS-CMM, and we also compared two end-to-end systems. We replicate the performance reported in the original papers or on the leaderboard using open source codes to the experiment. Here is the result of the experiment. We can observe that system 1 and 2 achieve the high overall performance. And in general, the pipeline systems perform better than the joint system and end-to-end systems. There are two strategies to predict a dialog state. The system that use a separate NLU and DST model perform better than the system using a word-level DST. In particular, the system 5 to 8 have very poor overall performance. This is because the word-level DST do not capture the intent information, which is very essential for the dialog policy. There are also two strategies to generate system response. The system use policy and the NLG model often perform better than the system use a word-level policy. However, the results from the system 12 to system 14 showed that the system that using a word-level DST combined with a word-level policy performs relatively well. This is because the utterances are encoded again in the word-level policy. We also want to know whether the component-wise evaluation is consistent with the result of system-wise evaluation. The results show that the component-wise evaluation in DST are not consistent with the overall performance in system-wide evaluation. The system 6 that used the SumBT achieved the best overall performance among the 4 DST. However, the Comma has achieved the best performance in component-wise evaluation. Similarly, the result in natural language generation natural language generation component-wise evaluation is not consistent with that of the system-wise evaluation. Although end-to-end models achieve high success rate in the single turn setting, the performance drops significantly in the multi-turn setting. We also want to know how their performance varies with the complexities of the tasks. For different single domain, most systems achieve better performance in restaurant and train than the attraction domain. This is because the attraction domain is more, the annotation in attraction domain are more noisy. For different number of domains, all systems have performance drop as the number of domains increases. However, the pipeline system performs more robust. We also want to know if the simulated evaluation correlates well with the human evaluation. A subset of 100 goals are extracted for human evaluation. 5 systems across different architectures are used here. For another 2 metrics are used here to estimate the quality of language response. The results show that simulated evaluation correlates moderately well with human evaluation. However, the task success rate of most systems decreased significantly in human evaluation. This indicated that existing dialogue systems are vulnerable to the variation of human language. In conclusion, the pipeline systems often achieve better overall performance than joint models and end-to-end systems. The results of component-wise single-turn evaluation are not always consistent with that of system-wise multi-turn evaluation. Performance of dialogue systems drop significantly with the increase of task complexity, while pipeline systems are relatively robust. Simulated evaluation correlates moderately well with human evaluation. From the result, we know that the good in semantic parsing is essential to build a dialogue system. Though the pipeline system performed better, it required fine-grained annotation, so it is still important to study the end-to-end system. We advocated that proposed models should be assembled into a complete system for meaningful evaluation and fair comparison. The result of task complexity show that scalability and robustness are important and should be improved. Despite the discrepancy between the user simulator and the real human users, simulated evaluation is still a valid alternative in the early stage of development. Thanks for listening.
Hello and welcome to my SIGDIAL 2020 presentation. My name is Stefan Ultes and I am presenting our work on similarity scoring for dialogue behavior comparison. Evaluation of spoken dialogue systems often relies on absolute metrics like task success. And this is good and makes sense and is very important. However, in evaluation like that is only superficial. Consider those two system variants performances. They achieve very similar task success rate. Have you ever asked yourself if this success rate comes from similar system behavior, or maybe their systems do something completely different but still achieve the same success rate? We can only answer those questions if we look deeper into the behavior and compare those two models on a deeper level. And this is important if we want to deploy a specific model for a real application, or if we want to understand better what those models have actually learned. And questions we might want to ask are, when does the behavior of a learned dialogue decision model converge? Or which effect do modifications of the learning parameter or learning setup have on the resulting learned dialogue decision models? Do modified dialogue decision models result in exhibiting the same behavior? The goal of this work is to propose tools that help to answer such questions, and we call that problem similarity scoring. The remainder of this talk is structured as follows. I will continue presenting the scoring framework to score the similarity of dialogue behavior models based on a fixed set of contexts. Then I will present the similarity scores, which are used to quantify the similarity between two behavior models. And I will demonstrate the usefulness of this framework by presenting two application examples. The scoring framework is simple yet effective. It is based upon a set of predefined contexts, and each of those contexts is fed into the behavioral models we want to compare with each other, and the resulting system action is then collected and fed into the scoring function to compute the final similarity score. And here it is independent whether the behavior model comes from a modular spoken dialogue system taking symbolic input and generating symbolic output, or it represents an end-to-end neural dialogue generator. In fact, you can actually even compare behavior models coming from two different worlds. Obviously, the dialog contexts play a major role. A dialog context represents a sub-dialog, either by a sequence of system and user utterances, or on a symbolic level by a dialog state. And those contexts are either collected from real interactions, which has huge advantage that you only end up with realistic contexts that might end up in actual interactions. However, they are very hard to control because you cannot just assign properties to those. On the other hand, you can generate contexts with the properties you want them to have. However, they might be unrealistic and not occur in actual interactions. While we have both types, collected and generated contexts, in the paper, in this talk, I will only focus on collected contexts. The similarity scores are on two levels, the semantic level and the textual level. On the semantic level, we have the total match, which compares both semantic representations of the system response, and only if they match on all aspects, this is a match. Then there's the dialog act match, which is a match if the dialog act is the same. And to have a more fine-grained idea of similarity, there's a concept error, which is similar to the word error from the speech recognition system, and it builds upon the Levenstein distance of two semantic representations. But as this is asymmetric, we also propose the concept match as a symmetric way of doing something similar, where the ratio of common concepts of two semantic representations and the total number of unique concepts of both is used. If you have a system that doesn't have this semantic level, then you can rely on the textual level, where we propose the sentence level semantics represented by the universal sentence encoder. And there you can use the cosine or the angular similarity of the vector representations of both textual system responses. Then there's blue, which comes from machine translation, and I suppose all of us know it already. It's basically a score that uses word overlap counts. And finally, there's BERT score, which compares those two utterances by using the BERT representations of the tokens, and each token of one utterance is then matched with the token of the other utterance using the maximal cosine similarity. And based on those matches, the harmonic mean is computed. All those scores, the textual and the semantic level scores, are defined in much better detail with equations and everything in the paper. To demonstrate the usefulness of the similarity scores and the scoring framework, we've applied those to two application scenarios. First, to test for seed convergence, where we ask, do dialog decision models from different random seeds result in exhibiting the same behavior? And for policy comparison, where we ask, to which degree do dialog decision models from different reward models exhibit different behavior? The experimental setup we use is based on simulated dialogues in the chem restaurant domain using PyDial as a statistical dialog system toolkit. We use two different reward models, one based on task success and one based on interaction quality. And to validate the learned models, we look at the absolute measures, task success rate, average interaction quality, and average dialog length. And for each reward model, we train 3 different policies from 3 different random seeds for a total of 40,000 training dialogues to make sure that each model has converged. And if we see those numbers, we see that those numbers reflect and are in line with what we know from related work. We have first used this setup to test for seed convergence using the task success-based reward model. Here we can see the total match rate, the dialog act match rate, and the USC cosine similarity over the course of the training steps, up to 40,000 training dialogues, for each policy originating in a different random seed. Or rather, comparing the policies that originate from different random seeds. And as you can see, that policies 0 and 2 actually converges towards a rather similar behavior, matching up to 90% in the end. But policy 1 goes a different way and does not converge to the same behavior. This analysis on the semantic level is confirmed by the analysis on the text level, by the USC cosine similarity scoring, where we do see that the similarity is more similar with policy 1 and less similar with between policies 2 and 0, which is a result of the wording that results out of the semantic representations, where you do have more overlap. On the dialog act match rate, we can see that all policies converge towards a rather similar behavior in terms of dialog acts, but still there's a difference between policy 1 and policies 0 and 2. Now, using the setup for policy comparison of policies trained with the reward models of task success and interaction quality, we see that the total match rate is not very high and that the policies do result in different learned behavior, both in terms of total match and also in terms of dialog act match, although this is much higher. But interesting fact is that when you compare the policy comparison results with the seed convergence results, which are the last 6 bars that which just appeared, you see that the differences when changing a random seed is similar in magnitude when changing a big thing like a reward model. Now we can give answers to the questions. The learned dialog decision model converges in terms of behavior after 40,000 training dialogues. Almost, there are still small changes visible, which you can derive from the results in the paper. Now, the results I've just shown here, we can see that the change in random seed results in differences in the learned behavior, as well as a change in the reward model, and those differences are even similar in magnitude. To conclude, I have presented the similarity scoring framework as an important step towards a more detailed analysis where each model is evaluated with a fixed set of dialog contexts to compare resulting system actions. The framework allows for comparison of modular and end-to-end systems even with each other. We've presented 8 different semantic and textual similarity scores that cater different needs and showed its successful application on different application scenarios. For future work, we want to go more into the fine-grained analysis by looking at subsets of contexts that have certain properties to get more insights on that level. Also comparing 2 responses on the single context level to identify interesting situations. If you're interested in this work, please read the paper, and if you have questions or comments, write me an email or come later to the live QA session. Thank you very much.
Thank you for watching this presentation. I am Tsunehiro Arimoto from NTT. In this presentation, I introduce my research about collection and analysis of dialogues provided by 2 speakers acting as one. Recently, there are many dialogue services provided by operators. We can get advice and information from operators. For example, we get travel information from travel guides. However, there are cases where the operators lack sufficient skills. If the operator's skill is insufficient, the users cannot solve the troubles well. In conventional methods, researchers focused on cooperation with multiple operators. If multiple operators have different skills, they can effectively share roles. Then the user can receive more advanced service. For example, operator A and B can provide more advanced service using both skills than when they were alone. However, the problem is that operators do not run skills. It is important to explore how to improve operators' skills through such cooperation. Here is our proposed method. In this method, two operators, A and B with different skills talk as one operator. Sometimes operator A speaks, and sometimes operator B speaks. We consider two advantages for this style. The first advantage is operator learning. In this style, operators adjust their utterance to act as one. Therefore, they feel the partner's utterance as if it were their own. It may enhance their skill learning. Users also benefit. It is easy to talk because users talk with only one operator. To evaluate our proposed method, we conducted data collection. We made 3 conditions: Mixto 1, 2-to-1, and 1-to-1 conditions. Mixto 1 condition is our proposed method. In this style, 2 operators act as one. 2-to-1 and 1-to-1 are baseline conditions. In the 2-to-1 condition, 2 operators directly talk with a user. In the 1-to-1 condition, 1 operator talks with a user. As shown below, we prepared 2 groups of operators. One group participated in 1-to-1 and Mixto 1. Another group participated in 1-to-1 and 2-to-1. Here are the details of our data. The dialogue was travel guide dialogue about 2 prefectures in Japan. I mean, in this dialogue, the user obtained tourist spot information about the 2 prefectures from operators. Each dialogue continued for 10 minutes. The language was Japanese. We collected 144 dialogues. We defined operator skill as travel guide skill. We regard the hometown prefectures as their skill. The operator paired with another operator with different skills. We used Slack as a chat tool. Here is a Mixto 1 example. This dialogue aims to introduce some sightseeing information about Nara and Osaka prefectures in Japan to the user. Nara guide and Osaka guide act as one guide. There are 2 windows for chatting. One is for main chat between user and 2 guides acting as one guide. The other is for sub-chat between guides. 2 guides used sub-chat to consult when they needed to take turns. This is a response example. User asked, "What sightseeing spots in Nara?" The Nara guide responded like, "In Nara, Nara Park is a famous spot. You can see many deer." When user asked about Osaka like, "Thank you, how about Osaka?" Nara guide and Osaka guide changed their turns. Then Osaka guide answered like, "Well, in Osaka, I recommend Osaka Castle." Like this, 2 operators could guide the 2 prefectures. We used questionnaires to evaluate satisfactions of both operators and users. We used questionnaire items about cooperation satisfaction, difficulty to use, and task satisfaction for users. We analyzed operator satisfaction using 3 items. We evaluate the sense of trust, cooperation, and learning using each item. To evaluate the difficulty to use, we used 2 items for operator and user. We also evaluated the user's task satisfaction for getting travel information. Here is the results. We checked the median score of the questionnaire. In operator satisfaction, we found significant differences on 3 items. Operators in Mixto-1 felt more satisfaction than 2-1 in the sense of trust, cooperation, and learning. They felt that they could learn from the other operators. From the results, we found Mixto-1 improves operator satisfaction for learning. In difficulty of use, we confirmed the all median values were lower than neutral. This means that participants didn't feel difficulty in any styles. In task satisfaction of user, there is no significant difference. This may be because the task is too easy for users. Now let me summarize my talk. In this study, we proposed a method where two operators act as one. We collected travel guide text chats and analyzed the satisfaction of operators and users. From the analysis, we confirmed the proposed style improved learning satisfaction of operators. We have some future plans. One is objective evaluation. For example, how the learning sense improves task complication has not been evaluated yet. The second is to evaluate other kinds of skills. We focused only travel knowledge skill in this study. Thank you for your listening.
Hello.
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 Hello. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Looks like you've got about 2 or 3 minutes before you need to start so we can let people join.
Hi.
Hi, Stefan.
Hi.
Hi, Tsunehiro.
Hi.
So we still have 2 minutes to start the live QA. So we should wait. So anyway, Stefan, how are you doing?
Yeah,
Fine, thanks. I think we're already on live stream though.
Yeah.
How are you
So
doing?
yeah, it's good. I'm good. So
Good.
yeah, how to say? I'm worried about the situation in European countries in COVID-19. So
Stay in Germany.
yeah. Yeah, but the number of patients is less than Germany in Japan, I think. Yeah. But I was worried about many friends in European countries, including Spain or France or
Yeah. It's really difficult.
Yeah, it's difficult situation.
But in Japan as well, right?
Yeah, but the number of patient was decreasing by last week, but in this 1 or 2 weeks, the number is increasing again. That's not good. So
No.
Okay, so the time is coming, so let's start the live QA session. Okay, so firstly, we thank to Grade 3 talks on this session of evaluation and Corpus 2 session. I'm Koichiro Yoshino from Nara Institute of Science and Technology. We serve the chair of this session. And if you have any questions or comments, please join the meeting and yeah, if you join the meeting, press your button to raise your hand. And also putting your comment to the board on Torel is fine. So yeah, I'm also checking the comments on the board. So, but okay, so it seems there is no comments on board currently. So I would like to start from the first presentation. So, Yuichi, can you hear me?
Yeah, very clearly.
Okay, thank you. So, if you have a question or comment to the first presentation, your goal-oriented dialogue model performing really well, empirical analysis of system-wide evaluation. Please raise your hand if you have any questions. Nothing? If no, I have one question. So I think the results that show the different types of combination of NLU, DST, policy, and NLG is very great work. But I have a question about the overall table. In your overall results, by using the combined model of NLU and DST, the overall system performance is dropped drastically. Do you have any reason? Do you find any reason of this? Because in your paper, the pipeline architecture using the some NL module and also rule-based DST module perform better than these methods. So do you have any reason or typical examples?
Yes. Since our result is conducted on the multi-use data set specifically, since the data annotation scheme for the multi-use data set for the on the dialog state only has the belief state on the several domains, but it did not contain the other information like intent or requestable slots. So the word level DST, I mean joint DST model like trade or some BT, it only keep tracks on the slot values in the dialog state in the multi-use data set, but it has missed some information like the requestable slot I mentioned. Yeah, but the rule-based DST combined with NLU model can extract the intent information or requestable slots in the NLU model, so it can capture more information in the dialogue interaction. So I think this is the main reason for the performance gap between the NLU and DST and the joint DST.
Okay, thank you. So I think this result indicates important room to improve the current DST model. Yeah. And is there any other questions or comments? Nothing. Okay, so if we find any other comments on board to the board, we will back to we will back to this presentation, but thank you for your answer to my question. Okay, so we go the next talk by Stefan, similarity scoring for dialogue behavior comparison. So do you have any questions or comments on to this talk? Okay, Alessandra, yes, please.
Hi. Thank you for the great talk. I really enjoyed it. I was wondering whether you had you found any mismatch between concept error rates and dialogue acts error rates, or whether you found anything interesting in the analysis that you didn't expect, like some discrepancies among your proposed metrics.
Thank you. I'm not sure I understand what you're aiming at. So if you look at the different metrics, they do show different traits of the evaluation, and different. They give you different insights. And the dialogue act metric was usually the dialogue act match was usually quite high. So those behavior models actually seemed to learn, at least on this course grade level, similar policies. But if you then look at the actual concept match rate, it shows you that the match is not that strong if you also take into account all the slots and values. But I guess that's not really what you were aiming for. So if you can rephrase, then maybe I can give you a better answer, or maybe not.
No, I think it's already an answer. I was just wondering whether the concept, like whether you found some sort of patterns, let's say, like for example, whether some specific dialogue acts were correlated to a higher error rate in the concepts, or such kind of patterns that could be interesting.
Yes. No, I didn't do this type of analysis. I mean, this would definitely be interesting to learn more about those metrics. What I did and what's in the paper is we kind of looked at the metrics based on their performance given based on the dialogue progress. So if it's a first turn or second turn, third turn, how the matching is there. And there you could see that the dialogue acts in the first or in the early stages of the dialogue kind of have a better match, and this kind of degrades with the ongoing dialogue, which I guess is not surprising, because in the beginning the system kind of wants to get more information from the user about the actual goal, and then the variation starts. But I mean, this type of analysis is what we additionally offer in the paper, which was not in the talk.
Yes, I think it's really, sorry, I don't want to take too much of time, but I think it's would be also interesting maybe to have some sort of clustering of learned behaviors.
What would you cluster for?
Well, I don't know, but I would guess that again, as you said, when the like there is probably a certain point in the conversation, the more the conversation progresses, the more there is a sort of divergence among behaviors. And it would then be interesting to probably, in a way, as you mentioned in your conclusions, maybe using a more fine-grained sort of analysis to subdivide the dialogue into context, and then try to see whether it would be possible to cluster responses to given contexts, basically.
Yes, I think this is the next step we are aiming at, but we are still working on this, so I cannot give more insights on that. But I completely agree. This is definitely of interest, and I mean, this was basically just this paper exists because I needed some tools to actually have a better way of looking at learned policies, and to figure out what might be of interest to look at. Where are differences? Yes. So I mean, this is the actual goal you're describing, And this was just the kind of the set of tools I needed to actually get there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandra. Does anybody have a question or comments? So I have just a short comment. So I think in this work you defined about many types of scoring function, and you compare the behaviors of several models, but it's also possible to compare with human behavior. It is also possible to compare the model's behavior with human behavior to train or evaluate the goodness of the behavior of the system. So I think it can be a future direction. It's just comment.
Yeah, I completely agree. But I mean, this is you still need like tools to do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
those measures can be used to do that, of course. And then the underlying question then is, do you want a model that mimics human behavior?
Mm-hmm.
Or do you think you would like to have a model that might actually be different from human behavior, but better suited for the task, because it's not a human-human interaction, but a human-machine interaction?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure, of course. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay,
Thanks.
so we will go to the third presentation, and if we have a time, we will go back to the any questions to any presentation. So for the third presentation, collection and analysis of dialogues provided by two speakers acting as one. Do you have any questions or comments? So I think Maxine says that she cannot stay, but she has a comment. So she is indicating, she indicated the related work of your work. So Tsunehiro, can you look at the chat?
Yes, so
Yeah.
I found the comment from Maxine, and so yes, so their comment is very valuable for us. The Chorus is very similar works of others because they the crowd workers, multiple crowd workers powered the control the one assistant. It looks. However, in the difference of our works, we focus on the more study between the operators, and so they have to work as a one person. The limitation how we focus on the limitation how improve the learning sense of the operators, and so so their works is very we have to look their works more carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. So does anyone has another other comments or questions? No, yeah. If no, let me confirm the difference between the 2-to-1 and Mixto-1. The main difference is in Mixto-1, they two speakers has a subject to communicate each other, but in 2-to-1 they don't have such a subject. Is it right?
Yes, you're right.
And from your presentation, we could understand that satisfaction or difficult. We had an improvement on satisfaction or difficulty, but did your method also contributed to the learning of speakers? It means knowledge communication between speakers. Do you have any analysis, or it will be a future work?
So unfortunately, I have no data from your question now, but so we think that it's a future work, and so I mean the operator. We have to examine the operator could use the another operator's dialogue flow or dialogue returns is so how imitate the between operators. So we have to analyze.
Yeah, I think, but I think such phenomena will happen in 2-to-1 dialogue as well.
Yes.
Yeah. So you mean it will how say such learning will happen in both 2-to-1 and Mixto-1?
So I think you mean the learning effects is come from the subject or
Yes.
okay, I see. So there is some. I think there is a considerable reason why the learning impression is improved in Mixto-1 condition, as you pointed out the subject. So, however, in the general condition, so if we have two operators, so they can directly to communicate with the user, so they don't have to subject in the natural condition. And so in our proposed condition, the communication between operators is the obligation for the operators. So I think the so as you pointed out, that we have to focus on the effect of subject. However, in this research, our Mixto-1 style is so we have to check the Mixto-1 style is superior than 2-to-1 in this comparison.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Does anybody has any other questions or comments? If no questions or comments to any presentation is okay. So nothing.
Alessandra has your hand up.
Okay. So Alessandra, please.
Yes, actually, I have just a comment / question for the author of the first paper. So one of the conclusions of your paper, which I thought it was really interesting, is the crucial importance of dialogue acts for system evaluation. I mean, for the system overall performance, if I'm correct. So I was just wondering whether you could elaborate a little bit more about also the dialogue acts used. I know you used the multi-words corpus, and whether different annotation schema for dialogue acts, how would they impact these evaluation metrics? Because I mean, we know that there are usually several different annotation schema for dialogue acts.
Yeah. Thank you for your question. Of course, there are many different schema on the dialogue acts. For example, some end-to-end data set use meaningful representation that is different, totally different from the dialogue acts in multi-words. But to conduct an in-depth experiment in this paper, we only concentrate on the multi-word data set. We haven't analysis on the different schema on the dialogue acts. I think it can be a future work. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alessandra. So yeah, I agree with that evaluation on other data set or other annotation schema by using the same system combination to that you already tried in this paper. It will be valuable in future.
Yes. But if we choose, but multi-words is the most popular multi-domain task-oriented dialogue corpus these days. So we just concentrate on this corpus.
Yeah. So I mean, if you open your source code or your working environment, someone will be interested in to work on additional work. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. The open source code of each model can be found online, since we use their code to replicate the performance written in their paper. And for the evaluation metrics and the user simulator, you can refer to the CompLab. It is a demo paper in ACL this year. Yeah, you can also find it online.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think the time is coming. So thank you very much to attend this session, and we will close this session in this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll carry on with the next session via YouTube, and it starts in about 5 minutes.
Hello everyone, Today I'm going to present our paper. Title is Adaptive Dialogue Policy Learning with Hindsight and User Modeling. My name is Yan Cao, and this work is in collaboration with Keting Lu from Baidu, Xiaoping Chen from USTC, and Shiqi Zhang from SUNY Binghamton. And I'm currently a master student. I will present this work to you. Nowadays, we can see many different types of dialogue systems, and I'm giving a few of examples over here. For instance, Amazon is developing the Alexa system that can help us get information about weather, news, and making orders online. The bottom left is Cortana from Microsoft. The middle one is Xiaodu from Baidu. We can see many such examples in our daily life. A typical dialogue system includes a few components. For stitching information of our language understanding, an output of language understanding is passed to dialogue management. An output of dialogue management is used for language generation to directly interact with human users. And in this work, we focus on dialogue management. It can be implemented using the following methods, including rule-based method, statistical method, and machine learning-based method. And in this talk, we are particularly interested in deep reinforcement learning-based method. Dialogue policy learning can be modeled as a reinforcement learning problem. And there are at least two types of dialogue systems. One is called chit-chat system. The other one is called task completion dialogue system, or sometimes people call it goal-oriented dialogue system. We are interested in task completion dialogue systems. We are using Deep Q network as IL framework to compute action policy for our task completion dialogue system. People have developed methods to use RL methods for dialogue policy learning. However, RL-based dialogue policy learning has its unique challenges. For instance, when the dialogue policy is of poor quality, user experience with such dialogue policies can be very low. Another challenge is that interacting with real human users produces very high costs. The above two observations motivated the development of high-efficiency dialogue policy learning methods. And in this work, we developed a method called LHUA, Learning with Hindsight, User Modeling, and Adaptation. This work is not the first on improving dialogue policy learning efficiency. There are already a few methods. For instance, Lu, Zhang, and Chen have developed HER-based dialogue policy learning with hindsight experience replay. Peng et al. Propose Deep DynaQ, namely DDQ, integrating planning for task completion dialogue policy learning. Then, Su et al. Incorporate a discriminator in DDQ. Later, we compare our work LHUA with the above three baselines. The experiment platform is TCBot, presented by Li in 2017. Let's go into LHUA and see it from the inside. The key part of it is a dialogue agent. It learns dialogue policy from directly interacting with real users while reinforcement learning. Besides real users for generating real experience, we introduce a simulated user for generating simulated dialogue experience. This user model learns to capture real users' interactive behaviors with our dialogue agent and dresses up as a user to interact with the dialogue agent. In practice, there is a selection problem. At a particular time, From which source should the agent obtain dialogue experience for policy learning? So we propose an adaptive coordinator. It learns a meta-policy for selecting between real and simulated users, depending on the current learning phase. Meanwhile, the samples from both real and simulated users are passed to the hindsight manager. It can synthesize successful, though not real, dialogue samples. So far, we obtain an overview of LHUA. This research focuses on dialogue policy learning, and this framework is unique in ways that our dialogue agent is simultaneously learning from real users, simulated users, while at the same time learning from hindsight experience. To be more specific, simulated user is formed as a multitask perceptron. In each term, the input includes current dialogue state S and the last dialogue agent action A, and it outputs next dialogue state S prime and as well as reward R. It learns from experience of interacting with real users. Our adaptive coordinator is modeled as reinforcement learning. It learns a meta-policy to choose action K. The value of K determines how many dialogues are conducted with simulated users. When it comes to hindsight manager, the K part of it is based on our previous work in 2019. I show you an example for booking movie tickets to demonstrate how to convert unsuccessful dialogue samples into successful ones. We can see that head segments in blue color from both failed and successful dialogue samples satisfy the same constraints, including start time, city, and the movie name. Then we consider whether the right one in blue color can be replaced by the left one. The dialogue segment in blue color on the left can be stitched with one in green color on the right, only if their connecting dialogue states are similar enough. Now the newly generated successful dialogue achieves the goal that is originally from the dialogue on the right, but they have different flows. So the hindsight manager generates new successful dialogues by stitching two suitable dialogue segments. Before showing experimental results, we briefly introduce a dialogue simulation platform used in our experiment. TC Board is proposed by Lee et al. In 2017, and it is a realistic movie ticket booking platform. With the help of it, we can obtain meaningful results. The main experimental result is shown in this slide. The y-axis is success rate during learning phase. DDQ and D3Q supports learning from real users and simulated users, but DDQ does not support adaptation. Neither DDQ nor D3Q supports learning from hindsight experiences. And SHER, Stitching-Based Hindsight Experience Replay from 2019. This previous work supports learning from hindsight experiences, but does not support learning from simulated users. Our work, LHUA, for the first time enables dialogue agents to adaptively learn with hindsight from both simulated and real users. We see that LHUA outperformed 3 baselines from the literature. To look into our method, LHUA, we are interested in which components of that LHUA is contributing to the success of the whole framework. So we compared LHUA that support learning from real users, simulated users, and hindsight with a few its ablations. That includes DQN, DDQ, SIGDIAL, and LHU. Here we want to emphasize that both LHU and LHUA are new methods developed in this research. And we can see LHU and LHUA perform better than its ablations, which further justify that all components of LHUA are important and all contributing to the success of the whole framework. Let me make a brief summary. We have developed an algorithm called LHUA, learning with hindsight, user modeling, and adaptation for sample efficient dialogue policy learning. This is the first work that enables dialogue agents to adaptively learn with hindsight from both simulated and real users. In future, we will further evaluate and analyze our LHUA. That's all for my presentation. Thank you for watching this video.
Hello, I'm Mariam from Penn State University, and in this video I'm presenting our work on agents that learn board games through multimodal communication. This work is mainly motivated because agents that learn through communications are very adaptable, and because these agents learn from humans, they can be better partners in any activities. We use games as testbed because games can be represented in a very abstract form, and because games vary in complexity. And because dialogue partners can be very different, in particular in terms of information they offer, we design agents that are sensitive to dialogue partners. To cover the background work, the current work on human-robot that learns through communication usually involves human telling robot what to do, so the burden is usually on human. And also these approaches are not MDP-based, and the focus is mainly on grounding or communicating procedures or concepts. In current POMDP-based dialogue systems, the actions are usually happening in a virtual world, and although these systems scale very well, and there is a strong foundation in task-oriented based dialogue systems, the cumulative actions are usually limited, and the goal is defined in a very fixed way, and these systems usually don't adapt to different users. So we extend an agent that is trained offline through reinforcement learning, and the agent can learn Connect 4, Goblet, and Corto, but this talk is mainly focused on Corto, the most complex game among the three. The agent can learn both from visual demonstrations and by asking verbal questions, and it is sensitive to how helpful or informative the dialogue partner is. As for knowledge, we represent the knowledge using extensive form game trees, and the agent goal is defined in terms of adding win conditions to the game tree. So before having any dialogue, the agent has no knowledge about the game, but only knows how to add new win conditions to this game tree. After having the dialogue, the agent ends up with a partially or fully complete game tree, and the agent aims to learn as much as possible about a game. For the experiments, we asked a few questions, but among them is our dialogue policies are actually different with respect to different users. Is the acquired knowledge is different with respect to different users? How well the agent can play after having the dialogue? And how well the agent can perform when having conversations with humans? We've designed a simulated dialogue partner that uses a meaning representation language to communicate with the agent. And one of the benefits of having a simulated DP is efficient training, but another benefit is having full control over it. So we've designed a DP that its informativeness ranges from 0% to 100%, and this can affect different types of questions in different ways. For example, for questions of type confirm, the agent will, a DP with X% informativeness rate would respond with unknown X% of the time. But for questions that are type request, a DP that's X% informative would provide only X% of the full information. For example, given board D3 and having the question, let's just step back to the third example for a moment. Where else can I move the pieces and still win? A fully informative DP would respond with column 0, column 1, and column 2, but a less informative DP would respond with column 2. As for agent, it has a hierarchical policy which enables it to switch context among different visual demonstrations. And also it is fed by a reward that is a function of number of ways to win, a function of strategic value, which is computed by game tree knowledge reasoner to ensure that the agent is learning high quality win conditions as well. And also to ensure efficient questioning, the reward has the turn cost C as well. The belief space, which is also hierarchical, has two types of belief in it. Confirmed belief and inferred belief. The confirmed belief is the type of knowledge that is learned directly from the DP. And inferred belief is a type of knowledge that is derived by game knowledge reasoner based on the existing knowledge in the game tree. In the first experiment, we wanted to see how the policies are different across different levels of informativeness rate. So we trained agents under 6 different conditions for 10K epochs, and then we looked at the frequency of communicative actions at the end. So the table shows the frequency for the global policy on the top and for the local policy at the bottom. And one of the things that we can see here is that the agent tends to ask more WH questions, where the DP is more informative, and more yes or no questions when the DP is less informative. Next, we wanted to see how the agent can learn and play. So to do that, we trained agents under 3 different informativeness rates of 100, 50, and 20. And then we paired each agent with a matched DP and an unmatched DP, ending up with 5 different combinations. We ran each agent 10 times and then sampled 1 final belief randomly. We recruited 28 subjects to have to play with these agents twice each, and then the agent was using minimax game playing to play. So the tables shows the knowledge and the outcome of the game, and what we can see here is that as the informativeness rate decreases, the agent is learning less and is also winning less. But more interestingly, the agent is doing better when it's given a matched dialogue partner. Next, we wanted to see how the agent can have a conversation with a human, and to do that, we needed training data for NLG and NLU. So we trained 13 college students and taught them the MRL, and then asked them to translate the MRL to natural language for us. We at the end of this, we had 960 dialogues, and using this training data, we trained NLG and NLU, and then we had an agent that was trained with 100% informative dialogue partner to have conversations with 18 subjects that we recruited. And then we asked subjects to fill out a questionnaire for us. So the table shows the final knowledge after this experiment. And then for the NLG fluency rate, the subjects rated it above average. The NLU accuracy was 60%. Subjects were 100% informative only 41% of the times. That was an interesting result of this experiment. And in terms of their experience, 11 subjects said that they would be willing to have more conversations with this agent. 1 was neutral and 6 were somewhat dissatisfied. And 14 subjects said that they understood the agent most of the time. So the main takeaway from this experiment is that the dialogue partners directly affect the behavior of the agent and the amount of knowledge that the agent is learning. And so agents are learning the best and the most from matched dialogue partner. So it matters to know that dialogue partners vary. Also, our experiments show that the agent was able to have conversations with human as well without any ability to clarify any confusions during the dialogue, which shows promise for reinforcement learning of dialogue policies that are trained offline in simulation. As for future work, we will look into ways that to incorporate the uncertainty in the user response, and also we will look to see how we can close the reality gap between offline training and also testing it in real-world dialogues with humans. Thank you for watching this video, and I'd be happy to take any questions during QA sessions.
Got about 5 minutes and say you have co-host capabilities, so it's all yours.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, you have co-host capabilities now.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, session starts in about 4 minutes. So
okay.
It's all yours.
Thank you. You let me know when it goes live, right?
It's live right now. So this is all on the same Zoom meeting all throughout the morning. So it's just staying live. If I end the stream, then I have to reset all the settings. So it stays live.
Casey, while we're waiting, I just want to mention, I think you've done a great job with this. It's my first fully virtual conference. I'd really be interested, maybe you'll even say something in the business meeting about the experience of doing this.
We'll say a few stats. I'm planning on writing a blog post about it, kind of reflections on things that worked, things that didn't. But yeah, that's encouraging to hear that. It's been,
yeah, kudos to you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I think you can all keep video on. I think it's nicer for the interaction. I don't think there are that many participants. I'm sure the stream can support that. All right, welcome everyone. My name is Milica Gavšić and I'm chairing today's session on dialogue policy. We have two papers in this session. The first paper is called Adaptive Dialogue Policy Learning with Hindsight and User Modeling by Yan Chao, Keting Lu, Xiaoping Chen, and Shikich Zhang. And the second paper is called Dialogue Policies for Learning Board Games through Multimodal Communication by Mariam Zare, Ali Aib, Aishan Lu, Svikar Sudhakar, Alan Wagner, and Rebecca Passoneo. My apologies if I did not pronounce everybody's name correctly. So, we will try to give equal amount of time for both papers. So let's start with the first paper. Does anyone have any questions for Yan Chao, who I believe is already here?
Yeah, I would like to ask one question related to scalability. And so first, I really like the idea of utilizing the data from real conversations, simulated ones, and also the artificially created ones. So it's a pretty cool idea. I was wondering, when you use the dialogues from real conversations and you compute the reward by measuring task success, did you ask the user for task success, or did you do that manually?
You have to unmute your microphone, Jan.
Oh, okay. Sorry, you mean that, sorry, could you repeat your question?
Yeah, sure. So when you have a conversation with a real user and you have the dialogue, then you would like to compute the return, right? Given by task success. And how do you compute the task success? Do you manually, by yourself, have a look at the dialogue and check if it was successful, or do you ask the user at the end of the dialogue if it was successful?
You mean that when I sorry.
We can
sorry.
probably have a try. So if I understand it right, by the way, I'm Shiqi Zhang. I'm the last author of the paper. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. So if I understand right, the question is, when we do post-processing and generate new dialogues, how are we giving rewards? Is that the question?
Yes, exactly.
So the short answer is that we only generate successful dialogues. So all the dialogues are receiving the highest bonus because they are completely successful. We don't generate low quality dialogues. Does that answer your question?
So all the real conversations with real users are considered successful then? Is that right?
No, we have a library with dialogues of mixed qualities. Then we manipulate the dialogues in that library we cut it into pieces and put them together back. But when we generate new artificial synthetic dialogues, we only generate the good quality ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Becky has raised hand. Would you like to speak?
Yes, thanks. Very nice paper. Very interesting way to blend different kinds of experience, and also to benefit both from simulation and direct experience with users, which we're looking at as well. So my question is, I'm very interested in the simulation. So could you just say a bit more about how you're synthesizing these dialogues, and in particular, what kinds of metrics you're using other than, trying to find a successful dialogue to create these synthetic dialogues, the simulated dialogues, and also, is there some particular new direction that you want to take that in that would look at other dimensions of the dialogue quality?
So Yan, do you want to answer the question? How are we putting dialogue pieces together to generate new ones? You're still on mute, I believe.
I think you're muted again.
Sorry, I can't hear clearly because the poor internet. Sorry. Oh.
Okay, so the question is, how are we? Basically, we have a library of dialogues, and how are we putting these pieces together? What is the criteria to stitch the dialogue pieces together to generate new ones? Becky, is that the question?
Well, yes, but anything other than just the success of the dialogue. And are you looking only at the dialogue as a whole, or are you looking at different? Because you showed this example of stitching together the second half of one dialogue, the first half of another. So I'm interested in what your representation of the simulated dialogues is, and what metrics you're using, and especially besides task success, and whether you are going to be looking at that in the future.
Yeah. Yan, do you want to answer the question, or let me do it?
Please, you answer it.
Yeah. So you can add as needed. So we have all the dialogues in the library. Then we search over every single turn in each dialogue. Then we evaluate how similar these dialogue states are between each other. So then we try to find two states from two different dialogues where the second half of a dialogue is the second half of a successful dialogue. The two states are very similar to each other from these two dialogues, and the successful dialogue's second piece, I mean the second half, is then connected to a dialogue of any quality. If it's first half, then we generate new ones. So then we maintain the quality of the successful dialogue, but we can potentially generate new ones because the first half of the new synthetic dialogue can be from any other dialogue. So I'm not sure answer your question. Did I?
Yes, that's very interesting. And then I guess, are you going to be extending this, and in what directions?
So we have a few ideas to improve it. One of them is that we only put two pieces together right now. So we only have a first half and second half, but potentially we can have small pieces and generate even longer, more complex dialogues. So we haven't looked into that yet. And
okay, maybe I have to stop you now because we need to give some time for the other paper, but maybe we'll come back. Okay, so the second paper is called Dialogue Policies for Learning Board Games Through Multimodal Communication. Do we have any questions for this paper? Okay, so I have a clarification question. So you mentioned that you model an MDP, and my understanding is that the board state is completely observable. But yet in the actual model for teaching the dialogue agent, you say you have belief states. But it's not clear to me where the uncertainty is coming from. So are you modeling any uncertainty in this model?
No. So as of now, as I said in the video, it is an MDP. So the way that it's working is just that when the user, the simulated dialogue partner or the human partner is answering is responding to the question, we just believe that what we got is actually what the user said. So that's where the uncertainty is not considered right now. So for example, to a confirm question, if the user is responding with yes, then we believe that the user actually said yes with like 100% confidence.
So you are modeling dialogue states rather than dialogue belief states, to be more precise.
I'm not sure what's, I guess, yeah, that we can say that, yeah.
But Mariam, you could talk about the inferred beliefs.
Yeah, so the belief space is actually like have two different types of belief in it. So the confirmed belief is actually what the agent learned directly from the user. So whatever the user said, but we had this other component called a game knowledge reasoner, which continuously is looking at the game tree, and based on the knowledge that we've acquired so far during the dialogue, it's just try to derive new knowledge. So for example, if the agent knows that certain win conditions are a win, then it might guess that some other win conditions that are similar to these ones might also be a win, which would basically motivate the agent or like help the agent to move the dialogue forwards and ask about those from the user.
I see, yes. Okay, any other questions for this paper? Then I have one other question. So regarding the data collection, would you say that the actions that were taken in the corpora are optimal?
Can you elaborate on like the definition?
Well, I mean, I'm just thinking: is the corpora representing like a perfect conversations, or is it just one example of what this conversation can look like?
So because what we're interested in here is how different levels of informativeness can affect the dialogue, what we did was that when we were collecting the corpora, we already had the dialogues with the simulated partner, right? We had like the complete dialogue. So what we did was just that we changed the range of informativeness rate. So we collected, we basically generated dialogues with like 100% informative user, 50% informative user, and 70% informative user. So to just have like a wider range of how a natural dialogue may look like. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. And when you're learning on simulation, like how do you know that what you're learning is actually what is not simply by the fact that your simulator is acting in a certain way, that it would be representative in a real sort of scenario? How do you ensure that your simulation is of good quality?
So again, you can think of a simulated user as being an answer lookup. So we have it like we can like control it in different ranges. So
so you believe it sufficiently covers the space, for example?
Exactly, yeah. So because the range, like the range of informativeness can change, then we optimally are like covering all the possible things that can happen.
I see. Okay, we have 1 more minute left. Any questions for either of the papers? Then I have just one question on the first paper. You say in the, are you still there? Yes, you are. So in the I looked in the graph, and you seem to learn a decent policy after 250 episodes. So this to me seems very fast. So does this mean that really your method is extremely fast, or is this maybe that the domain is very simple? And maybe can you just talk a little bit about the domain?
Yeah, I'm not sure Yan is still there or not, so I'm diving in. Yeah, if I remember it right, it's a restaurant reservation domain. So, or probably a hotel. Sorry, Yan know better the technical details. But in any case, I don't think it's a very challenging domain. Even we use naive DQN, it's just a few hundred episodes needed. Please correct me if that's not the case yet.
And about our experience domain is movie ticket booking. So it's a little small domain so we can get a good a good result about this small.
Okay, well, we've run out of time, but thank you to the authors of both papers, and we can now move on to the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a few minutes before Diane Littman's talk, but that's the next event in about 18 minutes. So thank you all, and enjoy the keynote.
Thanks.
I'll be talking about argument mining, discourse analysis, and educational applications, with the latter part of my talk also touching on issues related to multi-party dialogue. So let's begin. I'm going to frame my talk in the context of the following two research questions. First, can general approaches from the area of discourse analysis be used to improve the performance of state-of-the-argument mining systems? So from this perspective of my talk, discourse is going to be used as a way of improving argument mining. You can think of this as an intrinsic evaluation perspective. The second set of questions that I'm going to be asking relate to the following perspective. Can argument mining itself be used as a method of discourse analysis, which in turn can be used to improve the performance of downstream applications, and in my case, educational applications. So here, argument mining itself is the discourse method and will be used in an extrinsic evaluation context. So after briefly introducing kind of my perspective, the definitions that to introduce the topics, the bulk of the talk will be presenting work on two studies that my group has been conducting. The first is a little older, so it's taking a more traditional NLP feature-based approach to the problem. It focuses on the subtask of argument relation classification in a corpus of written essays, and the educational application that it will be used to improve will be automated essay scoring. The second part of the talk will focus on ongoing work that my group is doing in argument mining for multi-party classroom discussions. And this work takes an oral approach. It focuses on a different subtask of argument mining, different type of data, and different application. Here, a teacher dashboard to support teacher learning. So first, what is argument mining? Argument mining is the argument mining community is a relatively new group within the computational linguistics community that started kind of self-organizing a few years ago and has now been having a set of yearly workshops, often affiliated with ACL conferences. It brings together research and formal argumentation from AI with corpus-based approaches from NLP. And the idea is to view argument mining as a type of discourse analysis whose goal is to process unstructured textual or speech input and output a specific type of discourse structure, namely an argumentation structure. And in turn, what is discourse analysis? I'm sure everyone at SIGDIAL already is familiar with this area, but just in case, discourse is the study of sentences in larger context beyond just a single sentence. And what makes a group of sentences a discourse is that they are typically not a random collection, but a coherent group with some sort of structure. There's been a lot of different approaches to formalizing this notion of coherence and structure. The studies I'll be talking about will be building both on work in coherence relationships, discourse parsing, and on linear segmentation, topical coherence approaches. So that's going to be kind of the first approach, discourse for argument mining, building on these general theories of discourse. For the discourse as argument mining, that's going to build on the perspective that argument structure is itself a specialized type of discourse structure, typically at a very global level. As for the educational applications, the first area I'll be talking about relates to automatic scoring of student essays. So here, argument mining involves taking an input text, segmenting it into portions of text that relate to the argument, labeling those, so those are the brackets that you see, labeling the bracketed segments with respect to argumentative roles, things like claims and premises, putting those argumentative ADUs into some larger structure. So that's what you see relating premises to claims via relations such as support and attack, and then going from sort of these pairwise relationships into some global discourse structure. The second set of, source of data that I'll be focusing on is from a corpus of transcripts of spoken classroom discussions involving multiple students. And here we're interested again in taking the transcripts, figuring out what parts of the transcript relate to the argumentation, so the segmentation. From those segments, and so you can see in the first turn, student 1 has 3 argument segments. The second turn from student 9 only has 1. For each of those segments, labeling it with respect to its argument roles, such as claim, evidence, or explanation, and then putting it all together in some sort of global discourse structure. As probably you inferred from these informal examples, argument mining is often thought of in terms of a number of subtasks, which can be done either in a pipeline fashion or learned in a joint manner. One task is to take the input and figure out what part relates to the argument, come up with the boundaries of the argumentative discourse units. That's a segmentation task. Once we have a segment, the next task is to classify the segments with respect to the role they're playing with the argumentation. Is the segment making a claim? Is it providing evidence for the claim? Once we have the ADUs labeled with respect to their roles, the next step would be to identify relationships between the ADUs. For example, is a claim supporting or attacking another claim? And a final step is to go beyond what's literally in the input, sort of the argument discourse analysis that you can get from the explicit text, to bringing in inference and other types of information such as common sense knowledge to further complete the argument. Today I'll only be talking about the first 3 steps in the context of the projects that I've been working on. And again, the sort of discourse perspective that I'd like you to remember at the end of the talk is that first, discourse can improve each of these subtasks by enhancing state-of-the-art algorithms with general purpose discourse information, and that argument mining output, which is itself a form of discourse analysis, can be used to perform downstream applications in education and otherwise. Okay, so the first project's related to automated essay scoring. This is an area which, even though it's one of the oldest applications of NLP in education, which has seen a lot of renewed interest in recent years. Part of this is due to the development of MOOCs, which make it very hard for human instructors with so many students to actually grade essays. So people have tried to incorporate automated methods to enable the use of such assignments in that context. But even in traditional classes where one instructor maybe has 30 or so students, it's still a really time-consuming task to provide feedback and to score, and automated methods can be used to help reduce teacher burden in traditional contexts as well. Besides a renewed interest in essay scoring, there's been a kind of newer interest in argumentative essay scoring, both because of increased interest in, for example, in the US, there's something called the Common Core Standards, which has been promoting the importance of this type of writing genre. And relatedly, people have been developing not just holistic ways to grade essays, but analyzing them and scoring them from particular argumentative dimensions. So the work I'll be talking about was done jointly with my now graduated PhD student as basically the core of his dissertation work, where we focus first on using general purpose discourse to improve argument mining, and then using specialized argument mining discourse output to improve AES. Okay, so as I said, the first part of the work I'll be talking about is focusing on discourse-aware argument mining. And in our work, we used 2 sources of discourse information. One was a more global perspective, which took advantage of, we knew the topic of the essays. And the second, which is what I'll be focusing on, is a more local perspective that relates to ideas of linear text segmentation in the NLP field of discourse analysis. And our work, we've looked at the utility of discourse for 2 different subtasks. In today's talk, I'm only going to be talking about argument relation classification and focusing on only the use of local discourse information. So what is relation classification? This is the 3rd step in that pipeline. We've already done the segmentation, shown with the bracketing here, done the once we have the segments, labeled them with respect to their roles with respect to the argument. So that's labeling each bracketed unit with something from an argument ontology here, claim and premises. And then finally, Once we have that, that's where argument relation classification comes in, which takes basically any two pairs of argument components, or ADUs, one called a source and target, and the other a target, because these are ordered relationships. The task of relation classification is first to determine if there is a relation, and if so, what relation it might be if multiple relationships are possible, such as support and attack. For this set of studies, we took advantage of two different corpora. The first is a corpora of persuasive essays, which was made publicly available to the community by a group in Germany. And this is one of the few essay corpora that is available, so it's been used as a benchmark in a lot of studies in this area. And again, for relation classification, we take the raw components which are labeled, for example, with respect to claim and evidence, construct ordered pairs, and then label for each of the pairs whether relationships exist, and if so, what it is. And you can see the distribution in the table, and the thing to note is that mostly there are no relations. So most of the pairs are not going to be connected in a global discourse structure. Because of that, there's also been some simplification to restrict all the pairs that are even potentially related, and here we use paragraphs to make that simplification. The second corpus, unfortunately, is not publicly available, but we had access to it, so used it as a way to examine the generality of our approach. This was a set of APA-style writing by undergraduates at my university. And you can see that it's a much smaller corpus than the first one, but the distribution of the relations is the same. In fact, most of them are not related. We have a slightly different ontology for the relationships, and here we did not enforce this paragraph constraint to limit the number of pairs. To examine the utility of discourse, we wanted to compare our work to a baseline model which largely did not take discourse into account. And for this, we used the state-of-the-art model at the time, which was developed by the same group who actually created the persuasive essay corpus. And it's a standard feature-based approach drawing on lots of different types of linguistic knowledge. The main thing to note is that it doesn't involve much discourse information. So again, we have a target and a source pair, and we're trying to determine if there's a link between them and what that link might be. Most of the features are extracted from only the target and source and ignore the rest of the sentences in the essay. The only type of discourse information that we see are positional information, so it doesn't look at the actual text of the other sentences, but it can look at the location, sort of the index number of the sentences that correspond to the target and source, and it looks at discourse markers that might be present in the target and source. And this is actually a bit misleading in a case where they're not adjacent. For example, sentence 3 begins with the discourse marker as a result, but it's not actually a relationship with sentence 1, it's a relationship with sentence 2, which is currently not available in this baseline model. So the intuition in our approach is we'd like to, when examining the target and source and extracting features, consider other sentences in their local discourse context that would enable us to extract discourse features. And for example, here, when we look at the discourse marker in the source, we would now relate it more properly to sentence 2, which is neither the source or target, but would be in its local discourse context. And as I mentioned, the proposed discourse features we looked at were twofold. One was based on this notion of windows, sort of similar to linear text segmentation. And the second, which I won't be talking about, was based on the topic. And although I won't be talking about the results that I'm presenting when I say discourse, are a combination of both the local and the global features. So the window-based framework, as I said, is that based on the intuition that when considering both the source and the target, we don't want to just extract features from the component, but we'd also like to construct discourse features from its larger text segment. And we're going to make a similar restriction as in the persuasive essay pair construction based on a paragraph constraint. For our work, we looked at two ways of forming windows. One is very simple and is not really informed by sort of linguistic theories of discourse. It's just looking at local contexts. The second, however, is informed by the ideas of building text segments using unsupervised notions of lexical cohesion. And so the idea is to use either of these approaches to construct a text segment and to have a conflict resolution strategy so that a sentence is only assigned to one segment rather than multiple segments. So for example, given a target and source sentence and some other sentences, we would not only extract features from the target and source as before, but we would first construct windows and then extract discourse features that could take advantage of these windows. Here, if let's say the window size was one before and one after, the source sentence would consist of these three sentences, the target, because if we had the window of three sentences, the third sentence of the target window would be the first sentence of the source window. By our conflict resolution strategy, the target window will be slightly smaller. Okay, and what this enables us to do is once we construct these discourse windows, we can then extract discourse-related features from them. In particular, the sort of discourse knowledge that we're particularly taking advantages are enabled by discourse parsers, both using the PDTP framework and the RST framework, which enables us to look at discourse relationships within windows and across windows. So does this help? So our first set of experiments, we look at one of the discourse approaches, the simpler one, and compare the results of argument relation classification with and without the discourse information. And we do this separately in both corpora. For the persuasive essay corpora, our evaluation uses a training testing split that was used in prior publications. And we tune the window size by creating development data from our training data. We use standard evaluation metrics, F1 precision recall, and because of the class skew, do it at a macro level. And what you can see from our results here that where there are significant differences between the baseline and the discourse enhanced methods, that the discourse methods significantly outperform the baseline methods. For the academic essays, we use a cross-validation paradigm because the data set is smaller. And we also, in this experiment, use just the smallest discourse window for simplicity. And here we see even stronger results that in all three cases, the discourse enhanced algorithm outperforms the baseline algorithm. The next question we were interested in was, of the two discourse approaches, did one outperform the other consistently? For this, we use tenfold cross-validation. We give the window size approach sort of its best option by using the best window size, even though maybe in real case we might not be able to get that, but it sort of evaluates the best that could do. And as our text segmentation algorithm, we use the Bayesian topic segmentation algorithm software that's publicly available. And what we can see is that the persuasive essay corpus, the discourse text segmentation significantly outperforms the simpler window-based approach. And the opposite is true in the academic essays, that where there is a difference, well, there was always a difference, and it was always the window-sized approach outperforming the more linguistically informed text segmentation. One reason for this might be that corpus, the academic corpus, is much smaller, and this one actually requires much more of a training, which the simpler approach doesn't. We also can see that the optimal window size is quite different between the two corpora, and that might also interact with the utility of the text segmentation algorithm. Okay, so now let's turn to essay scoring. In the intrinsic evaluation, we were evaluating, at least in the study I just presented, the argument relation classification component in isolation, assuming kind of gold standard input. For the essay scoring study, we're actually going to develop an end-to-end argument mining system, beginning with the raw text and doing all three of the tasks in a pipeline manner. This system we're going to train on the corpus that the persuasive essay corpus that we previously used for evaluation. From an argument mining perspective, this is quite challenging. 402 essays is not very large. And end-to-end performance, essays can be propagated, so we would expect that the later components will not perform as well as, for example, the argument relation classification did in the intrinsic study I just presented. And also, just to note now, the data that we're going to use to train the argument mining system is not labeled with respect to any essay score, so it's not going to be at all related to the data for the essay scoring part of the work. And here are just some numbers to show the degradation in performance in an end-to-end system. When we have true label inputs, all three components perform fairly well, but when we put them together, there's significant degradation. Nonetheless, we were interested to see, even with so much noise, was there some useful information that could enhance essay scoring systems. So again, we start with the student essay, we run it through our end-to-end argument mining system, we get the argumentative global discourse structure. From that, we're going to extract a set of argumentative features, which we can input to the AES system, and we can do this either alone or in conjunction with other AES features that don't involve discourse, but that have been proposed in the prior literature. We're not by no means the first to have explored the relationship between argument mining and automated essay scoring for argumentative and persuasive essay corpora. What our work contributes to this literature, however, is that we try to investigate lots of areas which people have looked at in isolation, kind of in one very comprehensive study. The corpora for this work, we use two different corpora that are both publicly available to the research community. The first is the automated student assessment prize data that was made available as part of a competition. There are 8 prompts actually for our work. We're only using 2 of them that are related to the argumentative genre. You can see the age of the students here and other statistics about the corpus in the table. The second corpus was created by ETS. It is from a non-native test population. There are 8 prompts rather than 2. And you can see here we have only 3 scores, low, medium, and high, while in the Kaggle data, we have much wider range of score possibilities. And again, as I noted earlier, one thing that makes this particularly challenging is that there's no commonality between these 2 data sets and those that we use to train the argument mining system. Okay, just as in the intrinsic evaluation, we'd like to compare our discourse models to baseline state-of-the-art models. For the Kaggle ASAP data, for this we use a system that was made available, that was one of the highest ranking in the competition. And for the TOEFL data set, we implemented our own baseline based on sort of state-of-the-art features that were available in publications at the time we did this study. What we were proposing, however, to enhance these baselines was a set of discourse features that were extracted from the global discourse structure after argument mining. Overall, we had 33 features. They were based both on prior studies and our own work. And it's not important to look at the 33 in detail, but just to recognize that they come from the output of each of the 3 subtasks in the argument mining pipeline. So the first set of features are based on the ability to segment, just to sort of count how much of the text is related to argumentation. The next 2 are based on the ability to label the segments with respect to the roles, so how many ADUs are there for each type, and both in sort of a unigram perspective and larger n-grams perspective. And then the final set of features are based on having relationships between components, and finally a global discourse structure. So let's turn to the results. Our first experiment was interested in seeing, does discourse-enhanced argument mining outperform the non-discourse baseline systems? These evaluations, the evaluation metric is quadratic weighted kappa, which is the standard evaluation metric used in the essay scoring community. And here we can see for the two ASAP prompts and the average of the 8 TOEFL prompts. And first we can see that just using argumentative features alone does not outperform the baseline. In fact, it performs significantly worse. And given the rubrics, these aren't surprising because these were holistic rubrics. So argumentation is only one component related to the whole score. However, if we added argumentation to the baseline features, because the holistic rubric does involve some argumentative component, we can see either that we get comparable performance or significantly improved performance. So just like in our intrinsic evaluation, we're showing again that discourse can help improve another task. We also looked at sort of the same experiment, but in a more difficult cross-prompt setting, where instead of training and testing each prompt using data from only that prompt, we now, for example, in the Kaggle data, use prompt 1 to train and test on prompt 2, and for TOEFL, we use 7 prompts to train and test on 8. And we thought that argumentation would be particularly valuable in this domain because the lexical variation and now is much greater between the training and test data. And so we thought that discourse features would be more likely to generalize when lexical cues are not as useful. And we see the same findings here, that only using argumentation features in isolation generally degrades performance, but when added to the baseline features, it can improve performance. Our third experiment was interested in looking at whether the different subtasks, which of the subtasks were most important for feature extraction. In prior tables, what you saw was the experiment where we added all 33 argumentation features to the baseline and did not do any sort of feature selection. But if we, in fact, did some feature selection on the argumentation features, we could both significantly improve performance and get some insights into which of the subtasks are useful. And it turns out that all 3 of the subtasks, features from all 3 of the subtasks turned up in the final optimal model. We had features just based on identifying the segment boundaries. We had features from associating labels with the segments, and then we had features constructed with finally the global discourse structure from the relational aspects. Okay, so before turning to the next study, just to summarize the results from this set of experiments, we first showed that from an intrinsic evaluation perspective, window-based features based on text segmentation can be used to improve state-of-the-art algorithms for argument mining. In particular, here I focused on the subtask of argument relation classification. Argument mining output, which itself can be viewed as a special purpose type of global discourse analysis, in turn can be used to improve the application of automated essay scoring. And we saw this across multiple corpora and even in very challenging situations where we were using end-to-end argument mining system, which was not sort of the optimal performance that we would have seen if we used the sort of perfect input for each of the components. And even when the argument mining and essay scoring corpora annotations were totally disjoint and led to very different training and testing paradigms. Okay, so I'd now like to turn to my current work in this area, moving from argument relation classification to argument components, so different subtasks, moving from written essays produced by single authors to transcripts of multi-party dialogues, so spoken and many speakers, and moving from an essay scoring downstream application to a teacher dashboard application. So first, what is collaborative argumentation? Collaborative argumentation is a method of teaching literacy, in particular in our data from high school English language art classes, where the idea is students read a text, and in order to understand sort of how to analyze the text, a useful way of getting students to do that is to have them read the text before they come to class and then have a collaborative discussion where students make arguments, make claims, support with evidence, and do this by building on the ideas of other students in the class. Despite the fact that people know this is a very important thing to do, it's something that teachers often struggle with. Part of the challenges are that it's very hard for teachers to keep track of how the argument is progressing. Are people supporting claims? Are they building other students' ideas when they're actually managing the discussion and participating in it as well? And furthermore, even if they could do that in the moment, it's hard for them to remember because there's no sort of typically any permanent record of what's gone on. So our work is trying to address these challenges, first by developing methods for mining argumentation, given transcriptions of what went on in a class. And in particular, we're seeing if we can use general purpose discourse to improve state-of-the-art argument mining systems for this new type of data. And then second, to take the output of the argument mining system and to embed it in an application geared at helping teachers monitor and reflect on what's going on in the class as a way of guiding how they might teach future classes. And this is work that I'm doing in collaboration with my PhD student, Luca Ludini, who's about to actually defend his dissertation on this work and other work in just a few weeks. Okay, so the type of discourse information that we're going to use to enhance our prior argument mining work, again, is twofold, and you could think of it similarly to the essay work as from both global and local discourse perspectives. From the global perspective, we're going to take advantage of the fact that we have multiple speakers and they might all engage in argumentation distinctly, and so we can look at a context based on particular speakers. The second work, the local perspective, is very similar to what I had talked about with the essay work, that we're going to look at local windows, sort of ignoring speaker information in this data set as a way of constructing, extracting features that have more discourse and enhanced information. And as I said, in this work, we'll look at argument, the subtask of argument component classification in contrast to the relation classification in the prior study. So just to refresh your memory on argument component classification, we've already done the segmentation, which is identifying the boundaries, and the argument component classification is associating labels with respect to the role these segments play in the larger discourse structure. For this work, the roles they can play are claim, evidence, and explanation or warranting. So claim and evidence are similar to what we looked in the essays, but we also now have added the warranting, which is very rare but extremely important in this particular application area. For this study, we take advantage of a corpus that we recently collected, annotated, and have now made available to the community. You can read about it in the LREC Proceedings. For this corpus, we went into 10 local area high schools, into English teacher, 10 different teachers' classrooms, 2 to 3 times, collected almost 1,000 minutes of audio, had the audio professionally transcribed, and then we manually segmented and labeled it. These are multi-party dialogues ranging from 6 students, where we had sometimes the teachers broke the class into small groups, to 29, where the discussion involved everyone who was in attendance that day. I'm going to only be focusing today on the argumentation annotation, but we've also annotated the corpus for some other dimensions, namely the specificity of their argument contributions and how the students collaboratively build the argument. And if you're interested in the corpus, you can not only annotate the data, but as well as the baseline classifiers that we've built and that were in the experiments reported in the LREC system from this webpage. This just shows a little more about the argument annotation in this corpus. You can see that currently we have 3,000 argumentative discourse units. We've recently collected a new corpus this semester, and so we'll be releasing an enhanced version. And every semester, as we collect more data, the corpus that we're making available will become larger. And this shows the distribution of the labels, which shows first it's kind of challenging for an NLP system due to the class queue, and it also shows why we need to build the system, because we could see that students largely make claims and then don't support their claims with evidence, and if they actually do provide evidence, they don't explicitly show the reasoning that's connecting why the evidence is in support or against the claims they make. So sort of changing this, having teachers be aware of these distributions and coming up with activities to try to change them are sort of the goal of the larger dashboard system. For our experiments, just as before, we wanted to see if our prior baseline models for argument mining could be improved by adding discourse information. In our first experiments, the baseline model was the one that we published in the argument mining workshop 2 years ago, which was a hybrid model with CNN and some features from the SpeciTeller software system. In our proposed model, we're going to enhance that feature by adding the 2 types of discourse information that I talked about earlier, based on both the student context and the local context, independently of student based solely on position. So more specifically, our proposed use of discourse in this work is to not only construct embeddings based on the current ADU, but take advantage of other ADUs based on some discourse knowledge of what type of context we should consider. And so our research questions are trying to answer which ADUs should go into the windows and what should the window size be. And again, the 2 sources of discourse knowledge are one based on ignoring speakers based on position, and compared to our prior work, as you'll see, we're looking at more extensive evaluations. Is it should the windows have utterances before or after, both, and our feature representations for the windows are also richer. That much prior work has used separate representations for the target utterance or target component and the components, the ADUs in the window. For the speaker base, we're exploring this, which is an interesting new source of information that this particular corpus has that many other corpora don't have, either because they're based on only one speaker, or if they do have multiple speakers, they don't have the large number that we have in some of our bigger discussions. Okay, so first, does discourse information improve our baseline component classifier? Here we're showing results from cross-validation experiments, and there are a number of things to highlight from this experiment. First, our baseline classifier is the blue line, dotted line at the bottom. And as far as which ADU should be in the window, we can see that looking at both the prior and next utterances compared to the target ADU, both add value. Which is better depends on the context size, but what we do see is that the yellow ones just looking ahead but not backwards typically isn't useful. As to how many ADUs, we can see that the optimal performance is based on using both prior and next utterances in the windows with a window size of 4, and we can automatically tune this by adding attention to our model. Turning to the speaker type of discourse information, we can see that first, comparing the purple line to the dotted dash blue line, just adding speaker information alone also adds value to the baseline. And finally, the top line shows that combining this type of discourse with the other type of discourse from the prior slide gives us our best results of all. And then finally, excuse me, the green line shows that the size of the context can in fact be automatically optimized using an attention mechanism. In our most recent work, we've been changing our baseline, replacing our hybrid CNN to BERT, which came out since our original argument mining publication. And we basically replicate the experiment, but just the baseline model has now been replaced. And the results are quite similar. The main difference is that both the baseline and the discourse enhanced models all improve by about 10%, but we still see that discourse enhances the non-discourse model and the similar patterns that we saw before about using both prior and next utterances and speaker and local context. One difference that we see, however, is that our tuning mechanism for attention didn't seem to work on top of BERT, and we're exploring other methods for optimizing the context size. Okay, so turning to the final extrinsic evaluation. Our work in argument mining is part of a larger project called Discussion Tracker, which is an interdisciplinary project with a collaborator, my co-PI from Amanda Godley from our School of Education, her graduate student, and then my 2 graduate students from computer science. And as I said, the idea is to use the output of argument mining as a method for creating analytics for teachers to help improve their ability to have high quality collaborative argumentation amongst their students. For extrinsic evaluations, we'll be basing it on some initial deployments that we made both this year. Unfortunately, that had to get cut short when everybody moved to remote learning. And an experiment we did the year before where we actually deployed the system 3 times over the course of a semester. And the results I'll be talking about are based on Wizard of Oz versions of the interface where we use the manually annotated argument mining outputs rather than integrating the automated algorithms before showing the results to the teachers. Briefly, the argument discussion tracker system has a number of screenshots that are seeded by the output of the NLP algorithms. For example, we can show teachers the annotated transcripts where they're broken up into turns, labeled with respect to different speakers. The turns are segmented into argument moves or argument components, ADUs, and labeled with respect to the argumentation output that we talked about earlier. And as I said, there are also some other dimensions which are not the focus of today's talk. There's also options to see historical information. So the idea is teachers use this over time so they can compare how the argumentation varies after different instructional interventions, and they can also use their analyses to plan and explicitly track goals. In addition to that very fine-grained view, we can see these higher level views just to give an idea of the distribution. Again, the argumentation pie chart would suggest that students are making a lot of claims and aren't really backing them up with evidence or backing up their evidence with explanations. This other screen is a way of trying to show how the argumentation argument structure proceeds, taking into account different student contributions to get sort of a global view of the, what's going on in the class over time. As I said, we've only deployed the Wizard of Oz kind of upper bound versions of the systems, and these results are based from a survey after the teachers had a chance to use Discussion Tracker to analyze one class discussion. Unfortunately, as I said, we were intending to do more, but because of COVID, we had to stop after the one. But nonetheless, the teachers were very favorable. 5 is the highest score. You can see all of these ratings are close to 5 and suggest that both the different functionality that the NLP classifiers can be used to visualize are viewed very useful, and that the whole system as a whole as a way of having them learn about what's going on and facilitating their professional development. Teachers are always also quite positive about that. In the deployment the year before, where the teachers used the system 3 times over the course of a semester, we also were able to find some interesting information by interviewing them after they used Discussion Tracker. So for example, here you can see that after the first discussion, the teacher noticed that they were not having much evidence, not explaining it. They the teacher explicitly tried to set a goal to increase that, and they noticed in the next discussion that in fact those properties went up. And the second, this comment kind of reinforces the idea that it helps people having this permanent record, sort of keeping their memory on target with what really went back on when they go back to reflect on the original discussion. Okay. So to summarize, as I said, there were really two takeaways that I hope people will remember. First is that general purpose methods from the NLP area of discourse analysis can be combined with state-of-the-art argument mining algorithms to improve their performance. And this is the perspective of discourse analysis to enhance argument mining. In turn, argument mining, which is itself its own form of discourse analysis, can be used to enhance other type of applications, and I focused on differing educational applications. So this views argument mining as a specialized global discourse analysis approach, which can be used to enhance things like essay scoring. The first point I illustrated with two different subtasks of argument mining, argument relation classification, argument component classification, using two different types of data, written student essays and multi-party classroom discussions. For the intrinsic evaluations, for the extrinsic evaluations, we exploited the output of an argument mining system in two different types of scenarios, automated essay scoring and teacher learning dashboards to support teacher learning. The work in both of these areas is currently ongoing. With respect to student essays, we're now focusing largely on what I like to call temporal argument mining to have students not only get their essay scored, but revise it, and to compare first draft to second draft to third draft, first draft to third draft, so forth, to look at how the argument is changing over time. And if you're interested in that line of work, we have a paper on that at the Building Educational Applications workshop at ACL. We're also interested in moving beyond automated essay scoring to using the output of the argument mining system to generate feedback. So from essay scoring to more broader writing evaluation. And if you're interested in this work, we have a short paper at the main ACL conference on that. Finally, with respect to classroom discourse, we're moving that work in a number of directions. Here I have enhanced argument mining by adding discourse, but we're also interested in taking advantage of the other two dimensions that we've annotated our corpus for: collaboration and specificity, and we're exploring this in a multitask learning context. Currently, we do not have an end-to-end argument mining system. Our data is professionally transcribed, and the segmentation is performed by manually by researchers. So we're looking at argument component classification sort of in that ideal case. So just as in the essay scoring work, we'd like to move toward a full end-to-end argument mining system. And ultimately, although it's beyond the scope of our current funding, to not only begin with transcriptions in an end-to-end manner, but actually begin with the speech and use the output of speech recognition as well. So thank you, and I look forward to answering your questions at the upcoming question answer session. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hi, Gabriel.
Hi. We are not starting on. It's in 25 minutes, right? Or
I think
this is the live QA for Diane's talk.
Yeah.
okay, sorry.
Yes, and I think we have to admit Diane, right? I think I see Diane there. Yeah. Then.
Hello. Hello, this is Haisho.
Everyone.
Hello.
I think we can start. Welcome everyone to the session of our last keynote speaker, and I'm very happy to introduce Diane Littman from University of Pittsburgh. And she's a professor of computer science there, as well as a faculty co-director for the graduate program on intelligent system. And her research recently focuses on educational technology and the use of spoken and NLP technology, including argument mining, as well as multi-party dialogues for improving educational technology. And she's a fellow of Association for Computational Linguistics, and she has been the program co-chair for SIGDIAL in 2018. So very happy to have her here. And thank you so much for the great talk on discourse, argumentation, and educational application. And I'm going to open the floor for questions and also be mindful of the time. We have the closing session right after. If you have a question, please use the raise hand feature. So I see there is a question from Becky. You are muted, Becky.
Hello, everyone. I'm Becky Passano from Penn State. Diane, thanks for a great talk. It was wonderful to get that perspective of a variety of applications and, you know, sort of fine-grained and more global perspective on what's going on. I have a lot of questions, but I'll try to restrict myself to one, which is about turning to the classroom discussions. I've become particularly interested lately in the segmentation problem into propositional units, which have long been used in education, and there's a variety of methods that people use in education. There's also a variety of methods that people use in NLP. So are you moving into using automated segmentation for the classroom discussion that's, you know, spontaneous speech? And do you anticipate that there would be problems in using automated segmentation, or would you use more of a turn-based approach?
So thanks for the great question. And I actually would like to just take this opportunity to give a shout out to Becky and Smara's work in this area as well, where I know you've been focusing on segmentation of both kind of content for the pyramid, for the summarization, and for the argumentative units in your work in the educational context. So I would encourage people to look at that. That appeared last year at the building educational thing. But as for our work, yes, I think segmentation is quite a complex issue. So one of our annotation levels is only at the turn level because of that. And right now, even though the argumentation, sometimes the turns have multiple units, many don't. And so if we were to move to an end-to-end system, I think one approach that we might start with is trying to aggregate things up to the turn level. And, you know, like for things that did have multiple argumentative functions, kind of change the labels to that might work better, I think, than trying to do the segmentation. But yes, ultimately we would like to do the automatic segmentation, but that's kind of low down on the list of our current priorities, but it's definitely an important problem.
Anyone else? I see Barbara has a question.
Hi, great talk. I have a couple of clarification questions. On one each, on the two parts. On the first part, I think especially your last table of results had significant differences, but the F1 were really close. And I was curious, what do you think is going on there? If you have done any error analysis of what happens with the discourse information, without the discourse information, and, you know, along those lines. And on the second part, I really didn't understand the attention line in those graphs. What I didn't understand is why it was a constant performance.
Okay, I'll answer the second question first. So that one we had just, so the all the other ones, we weren't trying to tune that parameter. We were just trying different contexts. It was more of a exploratory study to get a sense of how important tuning that parameter actually was. And so then the answer is it is important that, it does make a difference and it interacts, the position and size do interact. So one way of trying to optimize that was doing it with the attention, and that's why it was flat, because the others we were manually creating all those points. With the attention, it was just one experiment. Okay, and so as we saw in one case it worked well, in the second case it didn't, so that the obvious thing to do would go back to trying to optimize that as a parameter on some development set. And sorry, the first question was that the scores were not that different. So yeah, I only showed the F1 for kind of the average. So it was definitely, we had some, as I said in that particular one, the class distribution was very skewed. And so overall, it's not that different, but we do see differences when you go into the particular classes.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Becky?
Oh, great. I get to ask another question. This is somewhat tangential to the technical content. So you mentioned this ongoing project and that it had to change because of COVID. And I drew the inference that that's because students were not congregating in class. And I know from my personal experience, a daughter in high school and friends with kids in high school, that the high schools that I'm aware of were not using remote media to have discussions. Could you, I think this is relevant, not just in this particular situation, but looking ahead to, as we're going to rely more and more on technology, whether or not we get out of this whole COVID crisis soon or late. So my question is about what your plans are for the next year, because this is such exciting work and I would hate to see it negatively impacted too much by this. And also, how you think this could be incorporated in electronic discussion, whether there would be a big difference, whether or not you're able to actually do that next year.
Right, so that's a great question. Obviously something we're thinking a lot about. So if classes open again, even if the schools open, like our university's rules about quarantining and stuff makes it less likely our students could go in and, like right now, they're actually going in and setting up the recorder and things. So trying to make the system truly usable by teachers without any researchers is kind of one thing we're working on. But that increasingly seems less likely. And in some ways, if they were to use something like Zoom, that would be actually a great opportunity for data collection, because, right, you have all this multimodal data, if we could get access to the screen, and there's separate channels and you have the audio. So it's actually much better quality recording data than we would have. Unfortunately, we've already talked to them about that, and they have policies, like it's totally against the school's policies for various privacy issues. So when you're working with K through 12, there's a lot of issues, with minors, and even though the teachers are also very uncomfortable with it because they're worried about it being used for, evaluation of them. So that unfortunately seems less likely and kind of out of our control because policies, are at higher levels. So if they do move to more online discussion, just that's something we also would be really interested in. And again, think it's a great opportunity to get data much more easily than we might otherwise, assuming they're more willing to let us have access to that. And I think it'd be really interesting to see how the discussions change in that format, and how the methods work. So we're right now, just kind of waiting to see what the situation is in August, and hopefully can work one of those options out. But if you have any suggestions, about other thoughts, I'd be really interested to hear, because yeah, we don't want the project to just stop. If we can't get any data, our I guess fallback plan is to really focus more on interface issues, and that we can do with the teachers more in lab context while we're waiting to get back into the system, so that we don't totally bring the project to a stop.
I see David has a hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Diane. That was a very interesting talk, and I love the demonstration that Discourse is helping these kinds of applications. I had a question maybe a little bit similar to Barbara's, but on the second point about error analysis and whether you noticed any kind of patterns of the kinds of arguments and components that it was systematically missing, or and if so, whether there might be, well, speculation on whether there might be a risk to students that it's pushing them toward the things that are easily noticeable rather than the things that need the most work.
Right. Again, that data, the distribution is skewed, so some of the performance does reflect that. And the issue you've mentioned is something we're trying to figure out how to incorporate kind of the confidence of the classifiers into the interfaces. So because we were using the gold standard annotations in our experiment, that wasn't an issue, but that's something we're currently are looking at, kind of where they're making the errors, and can we give either some sort of numerical or use some sort of color coding to convey to the teacher how confident it is, or maybe we should, like in those pie charts where we actually have numbers, to make it just more relative so the numbers aren't important. And we're doing some analyses to see if we abstract the presentation, if the inference, even if the exact numbers are wrong, if the important takeaway, like the relative ranking of the different labels, how accurate it is at that level. So we're just now focusing on that. So I don't have any great answers, but yeah, that's a really important thing, and we are thinking about it.
Other questions? Again, if you joined late, please use the raise hand feature. Candy?
I'm hoping my computer told me my microphone wasn't working, but I hope it is.
It's working. I can hear you anyway.
That was a wonderful talk. It was so clear. I mean, it's a delight to hear talks like that.
No, thank you.
My question is mostly about in the argument mining side. What I wasn't clear about is where, if anywhere, knowledge of the particular domain of argumentation comes into play. My only guess was maybe in the RST parsers, but if it's not really there anywhere, would it make a difference?
So that's a great question. So our work so far, we've really more focused on kind of the structure of, I mean, I'm not sure if this is exactly what you're asking, but you can tell me if it isn't, but it's much more of a structural analysis. So it's looking to see, based on the language, is somebody making trying to support a claim, for example, but it's not looking at the actual content. So they can have a very well-structured argument, but it doesn't make any sense. So the evidence that they're saying supports the claim by the world knowledge actually doesn't. So that's not something we've incorporated yet into our work, and most work in argument mining also hasn't really done a great job of that, but the field is slowly moving in that direction of really trying to either build based on common sense knowledge about, is this argument actually valid from a content perspective? In our case, I think it's a little harder because I think the arguments depend on you actually having read the book, for example. And so a lot of the resources, right? So students who haven't read the book, even though they have good common sense knowledge in class, right? They're not going to do a good argument. So that's why you have like Cliff Notes or whatever they have nowadays. So I think the approaches that are kind of based on general resources like ConceptNet and things, I'm not sure that is going to work for us. That's definitely a place to start. But I think what we're going to have to do is somehow do some analysis based on the thing they're talking about. A lot of the documents are online, or there are these summaries online, or in prior work, we'd actually try to take the text and run an automatic summarization program on it, and then try to extract information from that to integrate into the analysis. So that's like the direction, a separate direction that we haven't spent a lot of time on, but I definitely would like to pursue that, because I think this only gets you, so far, and it's a very surface level analysis, and you really want to focus not on that they know how to construct an argument, but the content of it actually makes sense. So I don't know if that's what you were asking, but.
Yeah, that's definitely it.
Okay.
Do you have a sense that if you could do that, there would then be other discourse level phenomena that would come to play? This is not an area I've thought about at all, so I don't really know, but you have, obviously, so. So is there going to be an interplay between
going back to,
therefore more ability to look at structure?
I think so. I mean, going back to the really old days, like from back, like your work and my old thesis and Barbara's work, back in the 80s with discourse structure following task structure, I think, there's probably things from those insights that we could exploit, where here, instead of a task structure, we have, the text that they're building on, and that the discourse of that probably could be useful for understanding the discourse of the discussion.
Yeah.
But that's just a guess, but
yeah,
that would be very exciting to go back to the old days like that.
Thanks. Thanks, Candy. Other questions? Okay, actually, I have one that actually follows up on this. I noticed in the first part of the talk, and I'm very interested about exactly this connection between understanding discourse structure and understanding argumentation structures and the interplay between them. And you mentioned initially that you start looking a bit at this local discourse, which is based on the Penn tree bank, discourse tree bank, which are just local relation, as well as RST. And I just wanted to see if you have like if those features helped, or did you use them, or do you think this will be useful for using specifically maybe like for the argument relation or the entire structure of the argument? And if you have an intuition which one will help, ideally, of course, we're going to have ideal RST parsers, but okay,
right.
Another question.
So we didn't do a detailed analysis. We kind of put them all together, like both PHP and RST, and saw that it helped, but we didn't go back and do a careful analysis of all the things we added, like the way we did with essay scoring when we went back to look at the utility. We didn't go back with the discourse, so that's definitely something of interest. And just like before, I'll refer people to your work and Manfred's work, where you've actually looked at, for example, the RST and how that relates to the discourse, and did a much more careful analysis of that. So I would suggest for people who are interested in that to.
Yeah, I mean, we only did annotations, so we didn't really, I mean, like just recently we start looking a bit of using that, but yeah, so I wanted to see your,
right.
Especially if you go both from the monologue part and the dialogue, like the conversation aspects of things.
Right, so that would be interesting to do. In the current work where the classroom discourse, we haven't tried running any kind of discourse parser. Those aren't probably going to work very well on that data. So I'm not sure that's the best data set for that, but for the essay ones, I think that would be, even though we haven't done that carefully, I think that's a really important area to get a better understanding of not just the fact that discourse helps, but what is it about discourse that's really useful? And again, how I know Manfred, like on the follow-up to your paper with him, which was based on the manual labels, that he has done like a follow-up study where he ran discourse parsers, and even though they didn't work very well, did get some sense of that. And we have also done some of that. I didn't show it here, but in our end-to-end system, for example, we ran it with both the end-to-end and with sort of the perfect ones, and compared, the noise of the parsers and things and how that impacted that. Because I think, the findings you get with with the errors introduced by the automatic parsers really is different than what you get the other way. Maybe there, some things seem to be robust to that, but other aspects don't.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Thanks. So I think we still have time for 1 or 2 questions. I have one more actually about your last part that was actually introducing the ACL paper, where you're mentioning looking at really evaluating the writing quality. So I was wondering, like, what type of rubric did you use? Anything rubric that is related with argument quality versus the coherence versus some sort of discourse quality? I was just curious about your rubrics for that. I know it's an ACL paper, but I was just curious.
So for that one, it's actually on a different set of essays that I didn't talk about in this talk. That's from elementary school kids who had to read an article, and then they had and it was a source-based writing task, and they had to the goal was to use evidence from the article to support their argument. And so the rubric was only based on evidence usage. Mm-hmm. And in that, what we're trying to do then is we don't even show the students the score. So we do the scoring, but as a byproduct of the scoring, use the information about the argument that we learn from the scoring, and then create feedback based on that. And we're interested in then how they use the feedback, and right. So are they able to understand the feedback, and then improve, and how that improves their essay score. And so the important point of that is the feedback really does need to go back to the argument mining output. And so the paper is trying to show how you can, even in an oral approach to essay scoring where you don't have these explicit features that we had in the work I presented here, how we could kind of retroactively construct that by using various analyses that we've done, from using attention to sort of create the more knowledge-based approach, even from an oral system, that we need to see the feedback in a writing evaluation system.
Great, I'm really looking forward to that. It's really great. I think we have maybe one more. Anyone has? Well, if not, thank you so much, Dan. Again, it was like a wonderful, wonderful talk. And I think it's also very relevant. We had a lot of discussions on the breakout of discourse processing, and how people wanted to do, connection of how discourse can help on different tasks. So I think that was a great kind of final keynote for answer any of some of these questions that people have in the discussions. So thanks so much.
Well, thanks again for inviting me.
And I think now we can. Yeah, I don't know how to use the clapping feature in person like that. Okay, I hand it to Casey, who is the master in managing all of this.
Kind of. Well, the business meeting starts, and it is right here. And I think that one belongs to Gabrielle, and then we have about 2 minutes before that starts. This is part of the live stream, and the live stream is just continuing on from here. So Gabrielle, it is yours now.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Can you see my slides now, or?
I can see them now.
Yes.
In Zoom and in the live stream. You might move your, well, I guess I do that. One moment.
Oh. I don't know how to do that.
Oh, there, that's better.
I guess we have 1 more minute. Okay, let's start. Welcome everyone to the SIGDIAL 2020 business meeting and closing. I'm Gabriel Skanse, SIGDIAL president. We will actually have a couple of speakers here, but the closing session in the end will be Oliver, the general chair for SIGDIAL 2020. So the agenda for this is first, I will talk a little bit about SIGDIAL. We will talk about the finances, some endorsements, some of the initiatives we are doing. We'll have an open floor if there are questions or suggestions on how to improve things. We will have, of course, the best paper award that everyone is waiting for. And then we have the few words about SIGDIAL 2021 from the organizers, so that's really great. And then a closing words from Oliver on SIGDIAL 2020. So just to start, I want to say a few words that, of course, this has been a very special SIGDIAL. We will all have liked to meet in person, I'm sure, and go to Boise, where I'm sure Casey would have arranged a fantastic SIGDIAL. Now we have met like this instead, and of course everyone was a bit nervous. How will this work out? Because we have not really done this before. But I think everyone agrees with me that it has been really great. It has worked flawlessly, all the technical things, and we have had breakout sessions and so on. So just I want to say thank you to everyone for participating in these different sessions. And of course, special thanks to the organizers who had to do special efforts because of this. So Casey, Smaranda, Vivian, Oliver, David, Nina, Stefan, Koji, and Eric. And of course, a very special thank to Casey. And a lot of people have come to me and say that they are so impressed by this whole thing, that it has worked so well. And I know that Casey has been working every hour for this. So we are all extremely happy. And I'm sure Oliver will say a few words about that in the end also. What is SIGDIAL then? I guess most people know, but we might have some new people here. SIGDIAL is the special interest group for Dialog and Discourse for both ACL, so the Association of Computational Linguistics, and for ISCA, which is the International Speech Communication Association, who hosts the Interspeech Conference, which means that sometimes we are co-located with ACL and sometimes with Interspeech. We're also affiliated with the Association of Advancement of Artificial Intelligence and have liaisons to other organizations that I will come back to. So what do? We promote and develop the field and avenues for publication and provide information about relevant research and resources. So apart from the annual SIGDIAL conference, we are also running the annual Young Researchers Roundtable on spoken dialogue systems that typically runs 2 days before SIGDIAL. And we endorse and sponsor discourse and dialogue events and activities, which might be workshops, challenges, journal, special issues. And we work to broaden the field for young researchers. We provide student bursaries to attend SIGDIAL endorsed events. We also maintain a website to support the dialogue and discourse community, sigdial.org, where members may post technical notes and pointers to papers and resources, and where we encourage submission of data, code, etc. We know that this hasn't been very active, and this is something we would like to improve. We will come back to that later on, especially based on discussions that have come up during this year's SIGDIAL. And we want to facilitate communication between researchers in the field to maintain an active mailing list, and we have video and archives of presentations. So membership is free. As I said, the website is sigdial.org, where you can register and especially, of course, sign up to our mailing list. Yeah, we said there that the election is made from active members within the past 2 years of the mailing list. And the mailing list, of course, you can get job announcements or post job announcements, for example, that are relevant for SIGDIAL members, and manage your registration. Current officers is me, I'm the president, Vice President Mikio Nakano, Secretary Vikram Ramanayaran, and Treasurer Ethan Selfridge. We have a scientific advisory committee with 6 people: Ryoshiro Higashinaka, Gino Yaseli, Casey Kennington, Barbara Diagino, Raquel Fernandez, and Annie Lewis. And we have a President Emeritus, Jason William, the former president, and Amanda Stent, who's managing our mailing list. And of course, next year there will be election of officer again. We have that every 2nd year. And if you have been a member for 2 years, you can vote. So we'll send out information about that next year. So 3 members of the advisory committee are elected and 3 are appointed by the president. Here are the liaisons that we have to ISCA, SEMDIAL, IEEE, SIGSLUD, IUI, AVIOS, IWSDS, ICMI, ICML, NIPS, and SIG-IR. So, do we have Ethan, our treasurer, here to say a few words about the economy?
Hey guys, can you hear me okay? Yes, great. So hi, I'm Ethan Selfridge, as Gabriel just said, the treasurer of SIGDIAL. So for those of you that don't know, SIGDIAL makes all of its money basically from our annual conference, and most of that is from either registration or sponsorships. We don't have any membership fees or publication fees, and all the publications are open access. So from the income, the normal expenses that we have are the conferences. We support some SIGDIAL initiatives like different publications and whatnot, and we have student boosters as well. And so we'd like to thank all the sponsorships that we've had this year and last year, and as the community continues to grow. Next slide. So the accounting structure is still in, a few years ago, we kicked off a push to change things, and we're kind of still in the middle of that. COVID obviously threw a wrench into that as well. So the current accounting structure that we have is we hold 3 sub-accounts within ACL, EACL, and ISCA. So it gives us a nice differentiation there. We also hold a PayPal account that we use as well to transfer funds around. And currently in progress, we have successfully communicated with ACL and have been approved an actual physical bank account, and we're just waiting for sort of them to work with us, set that up, and then we'll be transferring the PayPal funds into that new account. Next slide. So our current accounting structure is pretty good. SIGDIAL is pretty flush at this point. Across all our accounts, we have $66,000 within ACL. We're holding $4,700 for YRSDS. The ACL in USD, but obviously it's in euros, is $34,000. We have $11,000 in ISCA and $23,000 in PayPal, giving us a total of $140,000 that we can use for supporting SIGDIAL. And that sort of wraps up the finances that we have. I think we're going on to something else after this.
Yes, so we have various endorsement, and people can contact us and ask for endorsement also. We have an ongoing sponsorship of Dialog and Discourse and of Dialport, and now we will hear a short, brief presentation about these two things. So first we have Barbara.
Yeah, hi. I'm Barbara Di Eugenio, and I am the editor-in-chief for the Journal of Discourse and Dialog, or Dialog and Discourse. And I just want to remind everybody, we are the first and only interdisciplinary journal dedicated exclusively to work that deals with language beyond the single sentence. We are endorsed by SIGDIAL, in fact, sponsored by SIGDIAL, SEMDIAL, AMLAP. Our H-index keeps growing. And since 2016, we have moved to a biannual regular issue model that seems to work pretty well. I became the editor-in-chief last August. We have two new associated editors, Roy Georgila and Amir Zeldes. And so I just want to highlight the relationship with SIGDIAL. SIGDIAL supports us with some small publication expenses. And we have two ways of being closer to SIGDIAL. The first one didn't work out so far for a variety of reasons. COVID, of course, this year. A small number of selected discourse and dialogue papers would be presented as posters at SIGDIAL, hopefully for the next one. The other one that is ongoing is that we welcome the SIGDIAL Best Paper Award nominees to submit an extended version for expedited review. This is in process for some paper from 2019, and I will be in touch very soon with the nominees this year to invite them to submit such an extended version. Some recent statistics, we have published 2 issues per year with 8 papers published in 2019. We have 4 papers published so far this year, and we have 25 in progress. I want to bring your attention to the fact that we have rejected more than 40 papers since last SIGDIAL, so that we are quite selective. I will be truthful though, and also mention that we receive a fair number of submissions that interpret discourse in a different ways than what we interpret this for. So I really hope that people who publish at SIGDIAL will submit their work, which is relevant to our journal. So please submit your high quality articles. And also if you have ideas for special issues appropriate for the topic, we are welcome to, you would be welcome to submit proposal to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara. So then we have a few words about the Dialport project. I think we have Shakib.
Hi, yes, I'm Shakib. I'm a grad student at Carnegie Mellon University working on the Dialport project. So the Dialport project is funded by the National Science Foundation with the goal of developing community infrastructure for the dialogue research community. We have several tools, including the Dialport portal, which allows systems to be interactively evaluated with real users. And to date, we've run experiments on the portal with systems from several different universities. So if you're interested in running your system on the portal, please let us know and get in touch. This year, we're also running a DSDC9 challenge in which we're encouraging researchers to take open domain dialogue systems beyond static data sets and evaluate them in interactive settings with real users. We have a tool repository which has information on available tools, including architectures, modules, and datasets. If there's any tools that you'd like added to the repository, please let us know. DialCrowd is a new toolkit that has been developed for crowdsourcing. And the goal of DialCrowd is to help create better tasks, attract better workers, and assess tasks when using crowdsourcing sites like Mechanical Turk. Please contact us if you're interested in using it. And the Real Challenge is also being organized as part of the Dialport project with the goal of engaging young students to enter our field and create useful and creative new applications of dialogue. There was a breakout session on the Real Challenge earlier this week. Please reach out to David Traum if you're interested in helping out with the Real Challenge, which may include volunteering to host tutorials, hackathons, providing resources, or mentoring students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then I think we have a few words from Mikio about the new website.
Okay. Hi, I'm Mikio Nakano, SIGDIAL Vice President, and I will mention about a new website. So we are redesigning the SIGDIAL website. This is led by Vikram, SIGDIAL Secretary. And to help redesign and maintain the new website, we are recruiting a webmaster with a volunteer to work for the next 2 years, and he or she can be a PhD student. And also we are working on building resource portal. I mentioned this in the last business meeting last year, but we are waiting for redesigning the website. And soon after the redesigning the website, we will start building a portal on the new website to share information on data, to share tasks and competitions. And we try to avoid information duplication with other portals like LRE map or others. And since in the breakout discussion yesterday led by Melissa, I mean, listing the essential dialogues system literature is was raised as an important issue. So we think it's good to consider about listing that must-read papers on the SIGDIAL website, and it might be good to have a wiki so that everyone can put information on that. And then when we are ready to build a resource portal, we will send out a call for volunteers soon. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikio. So another thing that I have had on my list and that I brought up in last year's SIGDIAL is to look at the impact of SIGDIAL. And if we look at the actual citations, this is from Google Scholar and Microsoft Academic. SIGDIAL is doing quite well, considering that it's like a very narrow topic, and the left is on the computational linguistics. We are number 13 in this age index, and this is Microsoft Academic NLP. We're number 18, and most of the other things above us are sort of big conferences covering a lot of topics, and of course you get a bit bigger age index also if you have many papers. So I think SIGDIAL is doing well there, but we are not always doing so well in lists of ranking and so on. So there are some ranking lists that someone put up on the internet and that you can find, like conferenceranks.com, and then just left it there. And the problem is, when I told this to Jason William, the former president, that this is something I would like to improve, he like wished me good luck because this is very tricky. And for example, you can't really contact anyone at some of these sites and ask them to change anything. So there are national ranking lists like this core, the Australian one, where we don't have a very good ranking, and I've really tried to get in contact and see if we can submit any information that would make them change the rank, but it seems to be very hard. And then old ranks like this Brazilian Ministry of Education, which is also hard. And you might think that these sort of local ones are not so important, but what you find out is that other build their ranks based on some other rank they found. So it's spreading in the way it's very hard to affect. for example, I realized that KTH was using the Norwegian Register of Scientific Journals to decide whether the venue was important or not. And last year I discovered that SIGDIAL had a scientific level of 0 with no peer review, which was sort of shocked me. And also Web of Science, of course, we are not listed there, but at least I managed to submit to this Norwegian. So as you see here, from 2020, at least we have a scientific level of 1. Which is it's like a binary thing. So so that's good at least. But this is the kind of thing that I think we could try to do. So if anyone has ideas or any lists that you think can be improved, please contact me. I've also submitted our proceedings to Web of Science. You couldn't do that before, but now it seemed like you could actually, and I got an answer that they are looking into it. So we'll see what happens. But again, anyone who has input here are welcome to contact me. Just to sum up then, we would like people to register if you're not already and sign up for the mailing list, submit papers to our events and papers to Dialog and Discourse. Consider a special session proposal for next year's SIGDIAL. We had a great session this year on Dialog and robots. So please think what you would like to submit for next year. Let your colleagues at under-resourced institution know about SIGDIAL student bursaries, and share general suggestions about directions we should take. So now actually we have a chance of an open floor. If anyone has questions or ideas, suggestions, please come forward. I can't see the participants' cases, so if you can see if anyone.
I can see them. David Traum's hand is up.
Yep.
Yeah, I hope it's not premature because you're going to talk about future conferences, but I don't know how long we'll be in this kind of remote situation. But if we are, I would suggest that it's probably not a good idea to co-locate in time with other conferences, because then we're just too. It's nice if we're traveling and we're able to make one airplane trip to cover 2 conferences, but here it's the opposite, where we're trying to squeeze everything in, and especially in weird time zones. So that might be something to consider.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Jose's hand is up.
I just want to understand a little bit this slide that you presented about the ranking. So what's that based on?
You mean the actual? Do you mean the H index, or the different letters, or
the other rankings?
Yeah, that's different. I mean, that's the problem, is that you can't really know. So that's extremely non-transparent, and someone made the list at some point based on some data they found, and then that list is sort of there. So it's unfortunately hard sometimes to affect it.
Yeah, so you don't really know what you need to change to improve the ranking there. So is it worth spending time?
I actually don't know I guess people are looking at different things when they consider different conferences. Again, if you go to Google Scholar or Microsoft Academic, you will see that SIGDIAL is a good conference. But of course, other people might. I know for a fact a student that just found this conferenceranking.com and searched, and I thought that, and just based sort of on that. So I guess different people do it in different ways, and that's of course very hard to. I mean, we could potentially be better at promoting SIGDIAL status at the SIGDIAL website or something. That's also possible, of course.
Yeah, I think commenting on that, I was having like a parallel discussion with the organizers of the Robot Dial session, and I think at least ACL this year they are putting an effort in creating buzz on Twitter, and I think this is something that we can target in the future as well. I noticed that for other conferences like iClear or CVPR, that for the fact that people were tweeting about it, it got my interest and I wanted to check what's happening there. So this is something we can work on coming years as well.
And by that,
I was to say I totally agree with that.
Yeah,
and that I think that anybody. So, I'm not the best at social. I'm probably the worst at social media, and I'm the one that's kind of been looking at at least the LinkedIn and the Twitter stuff for us. And I think anybody that has time to volunteer to do that, we're happy to facilitate that, particularly around building buzz through the year or what have you. So I think that we're very open to that, and I guess our lack of that is probably is on me to some degree.
So if anyone has experience on how to do this in a good way, and please contact us. And I'm not sure. So Jose, did you think primarily about like SIGDIAL twittering, or were you thinking about other people twittering about SIGDIAL? Or
I think it's more other people tweeting about SIGDIAL, and then of course the SIGDIAL account should kind of emphasize that people are tweeting about SIGDIAL.
And how do you get people to do that?
That's a good question. I think the one thing that ACL is trying this year is to invite people to microblog live about papers. That basically, like, the way it works is that you have people providing a summary of papers as they're watching the talks. And then as Maxine is saying, like, use a consistent hashtag and be consistent in the way you tag the conference. But I'm curious to see, because apparently there's people at ACL that have a script that automatically using the hashtag, they kind of retweet everything that is being created about is being tweeted about the conference. We will see how this goes this next week, and probably if I have some ideas, I'll let you know.
Great.
I have a couple of ideas, I guess. One might be that you actually have an officer as part of the SIGDIAL leadership who does publicity stuff like this. I know for some conferences, they'll do paper highlights, and that's something that, for example, SIGDIAL could do, is paper highlights on social media once a week until the next SIGDIAL, kind of highlighting the papers that were accepted to the previous SIGDIAL. There's lots of other things that probably people will have ideas for, but that's somewhere where we can start, I think.
Thank you.
Becky has her hand up.
Hi, everyone. Becky Pasno, Penn State. This is a thought that's inspired by the Building Educational Applications workshop. It's directed both at visibility of SIGDIAL and at future conferences. So, I think one identity issue with SIGDIAL is that in some ways it's narrowly defined or very precisely defined as language above the level of the sentence. But in other ways, I think it's challenged by the fact that it's so interdisciplinary. And you can just look at the conference papers from today, and you can see that very obviously. So what BEA has done recently is that they have an ambassador talk, which is that they invite somebody from a different related community to be the ambassador, or actually they pick a BEA paper to be an ambassador at other conferences that are related, but that have a different focus. And I think some variant of that idea could be adopted with SIGDIAL to try to make other organizations like HRI or whatever just have more of a specific idea of what SIGDIAL is, and also to keep SIGDIAL in their minds, and they might actually start competing to have a SIGDIAL ambassador. So that's just an idea. I liked that when I saw that going on at BEA.
Thank you.
Maxine's hand is also up.
So to follow on what Becky said, I think that it's very important right now to reach out to a couple of communities who claim that they're doing dialogue and who don't completely understand what dialogue is. And for example, the QA community, when they do search, they have a one-turn dialogue, they return some result, but we don't have a connection to them. They are trying to do several turn dialogues and they don't know how to do it. And they're reinventing the wheel. It's the same for some of the basic ML community, where a lot of people are saying they're doing dialogue, but they're not understanding. And we see publications that totally ignore what has gone on at SIGDIAL. There needs to be some sort of an outreach, perhaps at ACL and EMNLP, et cetera, for this. Yes, Diane, Barbara says, including visual question answering. Yeah, exactly.
No, I totally agree. There is several of these. There is this new conference on conversational user interfaces and so on, where I see a similar sort of tendency of not being aware. But how more concretely would that happen to make them aware or sort of want to be interested in us? Or
so they need to be invited to events. They need to be specifically invited. Keynotes, at least one keynote from these areas. It's very difficult because I know that in reviewing papers, when we get papers from people in these areas, they seem very naive and they don't quite stack up to the papers that we're reviewing from people who understand the area. So perhaps, I don't know, a special area. I mean, Malika started something for people who are entering the field and maybe finding a way of reaching out and giving this set of documents, a bunch of information to these people so they're not remaking everything.
Okay, thank you.
I think Milica started a nice initiative in this regard. This is Vikram, by the way, Secretary of SIGDIAL.
Just chip in since my name was mentioned. One thing that I think would be really useful, and I think Casey mentioned this yesterday, which is to update Wikipedia, because I think people generally first thing they look at is Wikipedia. And I've been talking to some mathematicians, and they actually have initiative in their own fields to ask, instead of a student writing like a formal thesis, like bachelor or master thesis, that they actually write entries for Wikipedia. And I think this is much better use of their time, because I mean, undergraduate thesis is read by 2 people, whereas a good Wikipedia entry can be read by many more, and or everybody from community can read it and edit it. So I think that would be really a good starting point for many people entering the field.
Thank you. Very good suggestion. Any other thoughts? No? Okay, so we have taken notes of all of this. And
David Tram's hands up.
Yeah.
Yeah, one more question. I guess it's for Ethan. So you put up the finances that said it's before SIGDIAL 2020, and I'm wondering, whether there was a big financial impact here. I know we didn't take in any registration money, which is very nice, but for the attendees. But I wonder if there was any significant outlay that we're maybe have to worry about.
I think not that I'm aware of. For at least, so there's a few things that I'm kind of tracking a little bit. So Casey can speak to how much we outlaid for this, and I don't believe it was, I think, much of anything, to be honest.
It's zero now. There were 2 things we had money set out for, but they're reimbursing everything.
So that's a good job on Casey to finagle that back out. So that there's other, as this is a small thing, but as the former treasurer of ACL, Graham, was always telling me is that our money is not our money, right? It's ACL's money. And I don't imagine they're having any impact similar as us, but it's entirely possible that they had a lot of things they couldn't get money back from. And I even talked that there may be, a bit of an impact across the sub accounts to sort of to recoup losses. I can't imagine that's the case, but I don't know, and I haven't heard anything about that. So as of right now, we're basically where I showed you. I did the finances, like last week, so it seems to be about where I showed in terms of any impact, barring some odd sub account business.
Yeah, that seems like, maybe Barbara, that's something for you to be aware of, but that seems like a very bad idea if they're going to steal money from sub accounts, and we should.
Well,
get
they've sort of. I think that they.
Yeah,
so that was something that we always. That's sort of actually why we made a big push to get our money across across the ACL ISCA boundary. Is that like, some catastrophe, can happen, right? And then basically ACL loses all its money. That includes our money, right? And then this allows us to still operate with some capital. So, they were always very clear about this when we had these sub accounts, is that like, look, like we're holding it for you. You're getting to use our, nonprofit status and whatnot, but it's our money. And if we need it, we're going to take it. And so, yeah, so I totally agree with you on a theoretical basis, but on a conceptual basis, it's not, as far as the government's concerned, like it's all ACL, which is why we made a big push to kind of spread it around with an EACL, which is, I think, a different company, I think, in some regards, as well as the ISCA. So it helps us a little bit, and I can't imagine that's happening, but it is something that, like I said, I just like off the side, the only thing I can think of is that would have that number be lower than what it is now next year, right? Would be because of some they couldn't get any deposits back. But in my personal experience, people have been rather cool about that in terms of changing venues and whatnot. So I can't imagine that that's happening.
Barbara, did you?
Yeah. So I'm not sure how much I am at liberty to say about ACL finances, but I can say for sure that I haven't heard anybody talk about taking the money back from the SIGs. I do know that ACL took a hit, but not for this year, but much lower than what it could have been. So, for the time being, and if I ever heard something like that, I would say, come on.
Yeah, no, I agree. I was trying to, sake of completeness.
I think just differentiating the principles between, a complete disaster happens and ACL goes under, and of course the money goes with it, but versus an ACL policy where they think that it's more important to spend money on, say, having ACL officers fly to various locations as opposed to the SIGs. Something where it's not a total meltdown, but ACL decides that they want to recoup losses by taxing the SIGs for things that they have nothing to do with. So getting a loss when there's a conference that you participated that overall lost money makes sense, but something where you're not getting any benefit from the thing that's causing the losses, it doesn't seem like there should be any linkage there. So I hope that.
Yeah, let's say started any rumors. This is just me conjecturing of these. No, there's no policy of this happening. I'm always aware of the fact that, our money is not necessarily our money. And so that's all I was saying. So there's no policy that I know of ACL doing anything besides the catastrophe that was, or adversarial audits or whatever that we have to handle.
Okay. Do we have any more questions? No? Okay. Let's proceed. And I will hand over to Vivian and Smiranda for the Best Paper Award.
Hi, I'm Smiranda Mureshan, and Vivian is also here. Unfortunately, she has a sore throat and unable to speak, so I'm going to go over this part of the meeting. So we had 3 papers nominated for the Best Paper Award, and I hope everyone had the chance to look at the videos and engage with the authors in the live question answering. And the 3 papers are: Is your goal-oriented dialogue model performing really well? Empirical analysis of system-wise evaluation. And we nominated this paper for a comprehensive evaluation that allows the assessment of goal-oriented dialogues on an overall basis, with important lessons for researchers and developers of dialogue systems, and also driving the community to think more about evaluations. The second paper, 3P, a triple copy strategy for value-independent neural dialogue state tracking. This addresses a very important problem in the dialogue state tracking, looking at unseen slot values for better generalization, and proposes a novel and principled approach and a very thorough evaluation leading to advances in multi-domain dialogue state tracking. And the last paper, Learning from Mistakes, Combining Ontology via Self-Training for Dialogue Generation, addresses another important problem of training data scarcity and heterogeneity in meaning-to-text generation, and proposing an elegant solution to combine training data based on different ontology for high-quality dialogue generation, which will lead to, again, advances in data-to-text generation. So you can see we have 3 papers with really big impact to SIGDIAL community, and the committee had a really hard time coming up with the winners, or the winner for the Best Paper Award. And the winners are: Is your goal-oriented dialogue model performing really well? Empirical analysis of system-wise evaluation. And 3P, a triple copy strategy for value-independent neural dialogue state tracking. I hope the authors are here. Congratulations to all the authors for the best paper. And I don't know how to use the clap in this system, but I'm doing it this way. And I also wish we will all be there, actually in person, in Boise, to hand over the actual diploma for that. But we do have, Gabriel, if you can advance to the next slide, we do have the soft copy of the diplomas, both for the winners as well as for the runner-up. So again, congratulations to everyone, to all the authors, and we're gonna send the soft copy for the diploma, as well as mailing them the hard copy after SIGDIAL. So again, congratulations to all the authors for a wonderful job and work you have done. And now I'm handing over to Haizu Lee, who is the General Chair for SIGDIAL 2021.
Do we have Haizu here?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me? Yes, good. Okay, so first of all, I thank Gabriel and SIGDIAL board for trusting me to run the next SIGDIAL in Singapore. Will not be our conference venue, it's just a street view, heritage houses. Next. Right, so I just received the list of names from Gabriel. I believe that you already had some discussions. I have yet to contact the persons. I believe that we are all on board of the conference. And we really plan for a physical conference, and we hope for the best. Well, we still have 12 months, and I believe that these things will overcome the difficult situations. So I think I've met most of you in different occasions. I have not joined SIGDIAL in the past, but I was in ACL and ISCA for quite a period of time, and I think I met many of you in person during the different conferences. And I look forward to work with you if you are here today. we have I have a confirmed finance chair and 2 local chairs. I have not added to this list yet, the local chairs, and they are the active researchers in Singapore. So let me explain to you the logos underneath. So we have the COLIPS to be the local organizer. So COLIPS is a long name, Chinese and Oriental Language Information Processing Society. It's the counterpart of ACL and ISCA in Singapore, and it has experience in running conferences. It is an association, a not-for-profit organization, so it brings the researchers from the countries together, usually for conferences. And we have also got a support, written support from Singapore Tourism Board. You can see these green logos there. They will give us support in terms of subsidies to venue rental. So if we run the physical conference, we can go to them to there's a chain of hotels and venues that they kind of recognize as by this government office, and if we get the venue, we are likely to get subsidies. That means the government office will pay some of the rental, if possible. I am not going into that details with them. Only got the support from written support from them. Next. Right. Okay. So why Singapore? I believe that SIGDIAL board has some discussion before talking to Singapore. We will have ACL in Bangkok next year, and if you look at the map, Bangkok is 2 hours away from Singapore. So if with air travel resume, then I believe that many people will find Singapore a good location to transit to go to Bangkok. So I think that will be it is a convenient location also. Singapore, of course, is a bigger air hub than Bangkok. Next. Right, so this is just some information about Singapore. We are working on Dialog and Discourse. Here we speak many languages and believe that people offer many materials for the processing. So, next slide. Well, the weather in Singapore is constant in the year. So basically, weather forecast for us is nothing. We don't look at weather forecast, but there's still slightly different. So if you look at the left, I say perfect time, the good time, is the humidity. So the rainfall. So July, which is the time that we plan for our conference, and it's also the same month of ACL. We have not set the date yet because we can't find the date for ACL at the moment. So I think we will just play by our ears. So if you look at July, we have the lowest rainfall. That means it's less wet. Well, I'm not claiming it's dry. Singapore is every other day there's a rain. So there's lowest rainfall in July. In terms of temperature, it's also the lower of the year. If you look at the right-hand side diagram. Next slide. Right, so we have the good host, COLIPS, as I explained. It has run many conferences, including ACL in 2009 and Interspeech in 2014. So it is like very well connected to the community. I believe that they know what to do. Next slide. Yes, so I searched the internet. We found that Singapore is COVID safe, ranked number 4 in the world. So even if there is a little risk, I believe that by next year, this time, it will be even safer. Next. Right. So okay. So we talked to the when I talked to the Singapore Tourism Board, who supported our workshop, and they told me that there's the venues that they have are in this island called Sentosa. If you have come to Singapore, you must have visited this island. It's a resort island. It's a amusement park, tropical forest, and beaches and other things. So it's more for leisure. And the hotel, the small hotels that they right. So David is knows Singapore better than I do. The southmost point of Asia. Actually, it's southmost tip of Euro-Asia continent. So in practice, you can drive from Europe all the way to Sentosa and cannot go further because it's the southmost. So the small hotels are there, and then we are likely to choose one hotel in this place. Actually, the hotel cluster that is in this center picture is the hotel where Donald Trump and Kim of North Korea met in this hotel. Okay, next. Right, this is another view of the island. There's an amusement park and casino. I think this is the view of a casino. Next slide. Right, Singapore is has a very open border. Only this short list of these countries need visa to come to Singapore. The rest, if your country is not listed here, then actually you can come to Singapore without the visa. In terms of travel, visiting Singapore is very convenient. Next slide. Right, these are just some tourist attraction. Next. Right, that's all I have. And I believe that if you have good ideas as to how to run the conference, do let me know. And I welcome all the suggestions and to make it a great workshop.
Thank you so much, Haisuli. I think we all look forward a lot to next year's SIGDIAL after seeing this presentation. Thank you so much. And then I hand over to Oliver.
Hi. Yeah, so that's the last word of the conference, I guess. So I just wanted to come back to the organization and give you some figures first before I thank everyone for attending and organizing. So so this was the first virtual edition of SIGDIAL. We didn't really expected that to happen. We organized this because of COVID, of course. But all in all, I think it's a very, very nice experience. It's among the most original ways of organizing this type of online conference I've seen. So a lot of different conferences had to do that choice as well to do a virtual edition this year. And they all had kind of similar solutions to do that. But I think that we had a quite original one with this combination of Trello, Zoom, and YouTube, which are all free. So that actually made the whole conference free for everybody. And it was I think it ran quite well. And it will make the whole material available for everybody after the conference ends, because it's all on YouTube. And I think it's very, it's quite original and very interesting that we did this this way. Because it was free and online, I think it also opened it opened the community. I mean, we could extend the audience to a wider range because of that. We actually had a record of registration, which actually is very impressive. And most of the registered people said they wouldn't be able to attend if it was not a virtual edition. So I think it's a nice outcome. At the end of the day, I think we managed to take the best of this experience, although it was not win in advance. It was also more flexible since everybody could watch the video before the conference or will be able to watch it after the conference. And I also think that it improved the visibility of the conference at some point. So yeah, about some figures. So we had almost 1,000 registered participants, which is really a lot compared to previous events. And among them, more than 600 people connected to Trello so far. I guess that all the people will be able to look and to watch the videos and to read the papers afterward. So it's a much larger audience than we had before. Also, the YouTube channel has been watched a lot. So we have more than 1,000 hours of YouTube watch hour. Well, people watching at YouTube, and a total of more than 4,500 YouTube views. So that's also a lot. And the most viewed video so far is Gabriel's keynote, was the first keynote, with more than 320 views. So all these numbers shows that there is a large interest for this conference. The virtual edition was quite a success, and I hope you all enjoyed it as much as I did. Next, please. So now I want to make special thanks to the people who made this conference. Of course, all the attendees, so all the people that watched the video, contributed to the discussions through the Trello, or to attended through breakout sessions or to Q&A sessions, etc. All the attendees, I really thank you that you made this conference a success. I also want to thank all the authors of papers that made the effort of recording their talks and prepare a nice presentation. I really enjoyed a lot of them, and I think everybody is also happy about that. I also want to thank the three keynote speakers, Gabriel, Ashley, and Jan. They also made quite nice effort in doing this presentation virtual, answering the Q&A, long Q&As, and it really made the discussion very nice. I mean, after each keynote, we had very nice discussions about papers, etc. And I also want to thank all the session chairs who actually made these discussions very lively and prepared questions. And it was also something that most of us did for the first time, having this chairing a session online via via Zoom was not the first, what was for most of the people first time that we did that. We didn't know how to do that before, and I think it's a success. I also want to thank all the breakout session organizers for the same reason. I mean, proposing a session of discussion in these conditions was not obvious, but I think it all worked well, and I really thank all the people who did that and took the time to organize this session and to chair them. I also want to say that we had a very strong support from the SIGDIAL exec during the whole organization. And this was very important to us, because it was not an easy time. We had a lot of decisions to make, and their support was very important to us. Next. I also wanted to thank, and I wanted to show you the faces of the organizers, because some of them might not have been able to show up, or I know Vivian is a sore throat, so she couldn't speak, and you might not have seen her. So I want to thank here the program chairs, because program chair is probably the most time-consuming role in the organization of a conference. But even here, it was even more difficult because of the situation. In addition, to building the program and to organizing the sessions, etc., they also had to deal with the time zones, etc., because because of running the conference virtually. So making everything running smoothly in terms of time zones, and so that every speaker had the opportunity to answer questions in their own time zone, etc., was very, very. It was additional work that I think it's worth to underline. Next. Because of running this virtually, we also had to record videos, and for this I want to thank Koji and Eric for serving as video chairs. It's also a new role that they accepted to take at not last minute, but not far from the beginning of the conference. And I think it's without this kind of people who accept to take this kind of role very, very close to the end of to the beginning of the conference, this event wouldn't be able to. We wouldn't have been able to organize this even either. Next. And of course, we have the other roles in the organization. So, of course, publication chair. We also have a mentor chair and a sponsor chair. Sponsorship in such a situation is also some tricky part to deal with, because of course some sponsors prefer to be shown physically, and it's been nice that we could deal with the current sponsors that we have. And of course, all the roles were very difficult to handle. At least it required an additional effort to run all these roles because of the virtual situation. And last but not least, next please. I want to make a special thank to Casey, because he actually was everywhere. He switched from the role of local organizer to the role of virtual organizer in a seamless manner. I mean, he made everything easy for us. He did the whole job. He chose, proposed these solution using Trello, YouTube, and Zoom. He actually was behind the scene at every minute during the conference, so that everything ran correctly. And I really think that we should all clap for Casey, because this conference would not have happened without him. And I don't. Yeah, it was really exceptional. He managed to switch from local to virtual organizer. So thank you, Casey. I clap for everybody. I think I'm doing that on behalf of everybody who attended the conference and was part of the organization, because it was really an amazing job that you did.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
And yeah, next. Just want to say that I hope to see you soon physically next time. I hope that the situation will get better, and that as a community we can again engage into social events, etc., like we used to do in physical conferences. And I hope to see you soon next year in Singapore. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thanks to
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And I also want to say that we will reach out to get your feedback. And I'm very interested about the feedback of the breakout session that we tried for the first time this year. So we'll see how, I'm very curious to see how it went for everyone. So we're going to send out some surveys about that.
Okay, then we thank everyone, and see you next year. Bye-bye.
Hey, everybody.
Bye-bye.